Salaries. Yes, this na term for all Salon people and them party them. SIERRATEL Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragelmedia.org. Now who's term these?
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, report received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender-based, or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
Nina Yvonne Akisoya, and 11th May 2021 make me 3 years where I don't day in office. I say let I come and tell Freetonians them una boku tenki for where una elect me and wanna give me this mandate for serve una. But I not just want to tell una thank you for when I elect me, I want to tell una thank you for what una don't work with me and work with the councillors, work with the staff of Freetown City Council, work with so many stakeholders, including the central government, the international partners, the local partners. I want to tell una, the Freetonians, and thank you, but I want to tell all the other groups and the boku tenki. Together, we embark on a journey for transform Freetown, and in nobody not been say it go easy. We published the plan in January 2019, and then in January 2020, we published the first year report, and then in January 2021, we don't publish the 2-year report. Inside the reports and day, you go able for read in much more detail, waiting we don't achieve. But family them, I still I just share today some of the things that really make me heart gladdy pan this walk here. One thing I'm really gladdy about, now the wastewater treatment plant where we don't build na King Tom. This na the first time ever in the history of salon for let we get then thing we come on the toilet. Instead of it just gonna grown na King Tom, it actually they go into a plant where they get for separate the solid from the liquid and get for treat them and waiting get for come out can go towards manure. It can now be safely the liquid can now safely be disposed into the waterways. Another practical thing we are so glad for now this urban farming project we bring over 300. In fact, we start with 300. Now we add another 200 women them. We now at them backyard them and in community level, particularly in deprived communities.
And you can create this. Okay. What you give. Okay. The okra they come up. Okay. They will plant them. Okay.
The women they do farming projects. We go benefit them picking them, for get more nutritious food, but it go also help them for get small thing at the hand as then sell them in the market. And then that nursery school. Famble then go no say we been not open the one at Congo Water Market for make vulnerable women them and then young picking it under the age of 5 get free quality preschool care. And now we dip and build the second one. We do refurbishment upstairs in the Freetown Road Market, and that facility will be open and available to women and men traders inside Freetown Road Market. Tricycles. Well, then tricycle and they not only then they help for keep we city clean, they also they create employment. We don't create so far over 1,200 jobs with young people then where they go and collect dirty na the streets. And now we get 90 more where they come on stream. So I'm so happy because it increased the capacity for collect dirty. At the same time, it increased the number of people them, young people that we get work. Let not talk and not talk about the transfer station when I did the dirty then they go. So we don't get 4 additional ones, including the one at Lumley, the one at Approved School, the one at Shell, and the one at Allentown. Bele Uman them. Then they all over the community. That journey for going to PCMH, it can challenge Boko of them. So we work for upgrade 5 of we PHUs them for make them be monk, side with side Bele Uman, they able for born. Freetown people them, Boku people that know say dog na challenge na this city. And so we don't start a program for sterilize, vaccinate the dogs them so that we go get control over dogs and we the ambog motaman, but we the ambog themselves. We go make we city healthier and it go reduce the risk for let people then get us sick with and call rabies. I don't share small about wait we don't do and over these 3 years, but I just touch the thing in Boku. I go say anybody we want for no more. Also go now with Facebook page. We get Freetown City Council Facebook page. We also get Yvonne Akisoya, Mayor of Freetown. You go able for follow we. Let we continue for work together with all we stakeholders for let collectively we transform Freetown. Una, thank you and God bless you.
Na Yvonne, Na Yvonne, talk and go, talk and come. Na Yvonne.
Hello, Famulem. Una good afternoon, good evening, good morning and good night, depending on whose partner the Dunia will find yourself. Welcome to another edition of Sierra Media's Go Dae Go Insai De Republic. We midweek program. Welcome. We appreciate you all. We hope so and all they do well. And you will join me for the first time. Me, una presenter Najuma Ba, and of course I get me like somebody can say, me side man. Then I also Sylvester T-Boy Duba, and also we get with technical man Femi Pama. And today's program is going to be interesting, educative, and informative. And definitely, we want to make sure say yourself be part of the conversation. For we regulars them, we usual guests them. We want to say thank you and welcome. And hope say una will continue for like the Sierra Media page and share them with other people. And for those who are joining us for the first time, we want to say welcome, and hope so now we'll get a happy time with we on Sierra Media, and hope say, please, when I reach out to we with suggestions, anything we will make, the platform grow and continue for reach to as much people as possible. As we say, African stories has to be told by Africans. So this is an open platform as long as you respect the other people them, we respect to guest them, then we're free for communicate now. So welcome. And for we Muslim brothers and sisters, we want to say again, Ramadan Mubarak, and hope say una they enjoy the fasting. And for we Christian brothers and sisters, we hope say na rondong una de pa now and close to Easter. Una don't do very well, una continue. On that note, I go welcome me today, Sylvester T-Boy Duba. T-Boy, welcome, and tell Fambule Madu and what you expect for today's program.
Welcome everyone. Welcome to another edition of Sierra Media Live on Facebook and YouTube. Well, you don't do all the initial opening. You don't tell the Ramadanist them hello. You don't tell the the Easternist them, the Lentist them. You don't tell them back hello, because today are the thesis of the thesis. Now they can talk about. But anyway, not mind me. Okay, always do that kind of stuff there. But yeah, today's show is going to be very interesting, and I look forward to them greatly. Again, yes, everybody get their own opinion, but salon the system now don't change so much that sometimes you don't even know where you belong or where you stand, or even when you belong somewhere, you're not even sure whether you're there for any kind of reason other than the reason we did it for. So today's program will be very interesting. Now, this type of boy can say it is finisher for me. It is what? Big. That's the word. So definitely today is going to be big. So what? Huge. No, big now. Big. So not all more understand. You might take time more because you English today. You get for be really checked out. So you get for make sure say any English word you use. For break and down. Don't use that huge word. Even we can say huge na baba like this now. It's going to be big, small, large, larger, largest.
Yeah, Tibo don't cut out today. All right, so welcome, and I see we guest them DJ Dur, my content MC, my own wife for 35 years, Jalo, Amanata Sanusi, Lamzo D, and of course Sequence Dumbia. Kunku Motate, and you get the unique Limbaman, Ayo Jonathan Williams, and Bobo Labo, Sama Kuyate, Amidalin, Zainab Sherif Bangura, my own darling sister, and my other sister Tina Kalon, and of course Yamata Sherif Chalo, the all day also. And we see party instead the all the one that way they watch me bien. Una no show, una all welcome. We appreciate una ask questions.
You came and said it today.
All man, the telecall man turn up. T-Boy, how the DJ came and here, I just see himself show up, and Ibrahim Banabum Sanko. T-Boy, how the YouTube? How is that going?
You know, so YouTube can start low, but definitely they are my brethren. I have to say hello to them. We got plenty in these guys, but most times then they make contribution. But you know, say then when the momentum don't become tough, then in the beginning show themselves. But for now, yes, we get few, but it will grow as we go along for sure.
All right. Melika Halston, welcome. And I hope you're doing well, Patrick and Sumana. And of course, Lamzodi is saying they watch from the White House, as a Sierra Leonean. All right, Lamzodi, tell Papa Biden I do for we tell and so they tell I do. Yeah, and last year we appeal say we want to let people sometimes, if you feel comfortable, tell us where you're watching from, so at least we will begin to put that Sierra Gem Media digital footprint. Usa with the reach. We also get people from Azerbaijan. Yeah, so we get people from all inside and the Algeria, everywhere. What do you call them? People live from Finland or from Greenland or people live. Yeah, so now welcome. All right, so let's go.
What is different from me today? If you are for what's different?
You look too formal, Africana for me today, and you go bright. Which is fine. So now that may notice really.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're right. Sure.
Yeah. Today Tiboy go England and not go Africa.
Say certain thing in the way say they get for dealing with English people with their vocabulary you get for the guests like that sometimes.
Yeah. So now that night is for these guys, no problem. Yes, so welcome everyone again, as we say. How they go inside the Republic. The issues them Boku. The concerns them plenty. If we find out not all how they discuss topic, but we they go broad and at least get one or two issues them. The Yagbaboku, and we not agree for Pulang. So because we not agree for Pulang today, one of the areas they want to talk about now we get for do with education, with academia, and the fake degree business. The issues them around the fake degree. It's important that we get this conversation today. And hopefully, if we get time, how that fake degree business, they impact other areas in the country, with the workforce, with employment. We get people where they work in places like SIERRATEL, where they're on strike. For months, they haven't been paid. So them go on Skype. So if we get time, we'll talk about that, and then we will touch on other issues them as well. Because as we can say now, and waiting the Truth and Reconciliation Commission say, true act or talk, but not true no more they bring peace. So the true we go talk because they not get surname, true not true. True. Not also like you said, boy.
Exactly so.
All right, thank you so much. So family, today program we get a special guest for us. Somebody where I don't hear his name years back, but I only come for follow him the last couple of days within the last week. Now I begin put in work to a name. And this person can S1 cover blind. And this cover blind is Wutu salon right now. And every corner where you go, people may talk about this issue. The issue of people obtaining fake degrees. The people obtaining fake degrees. And by all indication, we're not able for, establish that indeed the two institutions that we mentioned, they give out fake degrees. But we know, thanks to our guests, now in on at that, and it get for tell we the process we iwaka for let we reach usa we reach so. And it is alarming. So there is so much more on this issue until we get for able to talk about as we go through the program. We guest now Dr. John Idriss Lahai, himself now, don't lecture in a salon, you don't work hard for your own degree, you don't work with other people on policy issues, other countries on policy issues, so many things that we don't do. Now, author as well, they don't write so many books and published where then they use now top institutions them. So he's one of ours, young man. We will welcome him to a program and let it tell you how to do, then we will start. Mr. Lahai, Dr. John Idriss Lahai, welcome. I need to take you on Dr. Komotnayan at all, because we don't verify, say you work for you. And welcome to Sierra Media for the first time.
Yes, so Juma, thank you so much for having me. Mifambuldem, on Akushe, on Akabo, now we all get this country also, and I'm so glad that are there, and Lord put Salone first, and understand say there is no place like Salone. So Lord build and do our one time, Lord not allow few greedy people them for intimidatory, Lord clean with country, so that the world will be proud of we, say yes, now they with man, they Western education begin, so for reclaim and they back. So I'm glad you for there.
You know, one thing, you know, that big title, the PhD title, mostly, you know, they align there with some people the way, they know they smile self. You know, now them big talk, cock shoulder, they put in bottle them and title and put mantle. But interestingly, where don't they follow you this week? I see you full of humor, you they laugh, even when they pinch you, then they stone you, then they threaten you, you still look relaxed and you're not under pressure at all. I don't know why. Is that just your demeanor or just waiting?
Now two things. Let's tell Fambul them. Education for humble you. Education for humble you. You're not for be proud for when you are educated. No. You're not for be proud. You know, education for able to humble you so that let you able to understand the people then beyond their own limit. And secondly, when you say you get a doctorate, the Italian or the Latin phrase, doctor of philosophy, it make you for able to understand things from an existential point of view. And humor, jokes. Now, one of the best way for teach somebody, you not go be they make sense you want to teach somebody, you're not able to learn anything. So what to make you a good teacher now you always the smile. Smile, they save life, right? Some years ago, I be there reading, then one lady was walking towards me, I smiled to her. The lady stopped, he turned to me. He said, if me know what me don't do to her. Now I say, I don't know. Now I say, you just don't save me life. Say, because I come home today, I was depressed. But the smile where you don't smile to me, you are not one of us. You know, you are in Africa, you smile to me. You know, you all just don't give me confidence, say there is a reason to live. What if that woman, they go commit suicide? So I may believe, say, two things. Education for humble you, and not forget, but say, where you be humorous, where you be funny, where you this one, now the best way that we will teach anybody. And I make a glad my student, they always don't pass through me, although one of them turn out for be a rook. They always say, Dr. Line, a man, we get phone. And what you pinch me, what you pinch go do to me. Right. You know, as they say, me na bobo pain all around, in and out.
All right. You know? Well, thank you so much for that opening, and I'm glad we talked that. T-Boy, make sure you take that as a note. We will get for use them as we tagline someday, just like how they use say, true art for talk, but na ain't no more they bring peace. So we'll tag someday say education for humble you by Dr. John Idriss Lahai. We'll never forget that quote there. So tell me, okay, you know, before we start for talk about the whole issue, let people know a little bit about you. You're not here to boast, but at least we want to know, you understand, you, which you do, which you don't do, and how you get to, how you get so. Because when we do that, because sometimes the message and the messenger get for go together.
Well, I come up from a humble beginning with a compromised childhood. I grew up after 1996 going forward. I grew up in Brookfields. I go school, St. Edwards, mina Old Edwardian, me Pacman. Then I go FBC. I really struggled there. I, do me undergrad, graduate with honors. I start off with, I continue with my Master of Philosophy in Political Science. Then I accommodate. I go overseas, I go studying at the United Nations University, where I go do international law and the settlement of disputes. Then I return to Sierra Leone, I go lecture on FBC, and accommodate, go Australia, go do my doctorate. international development, but later on I branched into other doctoral fields. We get to do with innovation studies, and later international, and later law, Juris Doctor. But that I'm still working on it with the University of Melbourne University Law School, now Australia. Then in terms of academics, so far I don't get 15, working on 16, going 17 books. We get to do with international development issues, international security, public health, human rights and law, gender studies, rebel governance, public policy, all the areas. And apart from my books, I get around 40-something other academic papers. We touch on virtually everything, and they're all published by world-renowned presses. And I don't lecture in several countries, not the US, not the UK, not Sweden, Denmark, and including Salon and Australia, and I hold external academic affiliations with universities there, na Japan, na Denmark, na the UK, na Australia, where I supervise, PhD student there, master student there, and I'm married to a beautiful woman. Her name is Nene, and she also holds a doctorate. She do law na FBC. She has a doctorate. She doing PhD in Australia, and he also work for UNDP before I finally pull and come out Salon, or in decide for come out of Salon. Because I know they push my wife for doing I want to let her do. She's independent, and I'll get beautiful picking them, and I get me own siblings them, and they grow a network, and I want to be a friend with everybody, and good people where I believe say get same type of thinking. Now they are align myself with. And paddy business for me, team I hold there. Yeah, it can be me paddy, but as soon as I say, you get for merit me friendship, and even if you're not old pa, you get for merit being me respect. So I always humble. So, but if I say you want, at the quick I walk off, and I know like palaver, I like for crack joke. So no, that's no more about me.
Wow. So Dr. John Idriss Lahai in academic credentials, very impressive CV there, where you highlight to me. And wait, so it's on us last, not talk loud, you understand, and all other people there. On the charm book, now in the book, they sleep a week. Tell me that.
Possibly, because me and my wife, we all know we don't publish together, and we try for complete 2 books together. We already they contract already with top university press, New York University Press, and then the other with the University of Toronto University Press. With the 8 book, because by the end of the day, book just as something, I would say a story of everything we don't see.
Right.
But again, a story of waiting nobody not think about it.
Right.
So if you read but inside book, you will get them.
So tell me about when I can sit down on a dinner table for it. Waiting in the conversation. Now, like how to boys when I can stone on ourselves with academic jargons there, or na they get normal conversation like anybody. Or na just
we do. And funnily, my wife was one of my students at FBC. So na Tifa from Frabe College where I married them.
So you owe Frabe College.
I owe Frabe College, America they always say, and I also owe the Fuller community because my wife is a Fuller.
You can marry to me.
Of course, I get for car, Juma. Yes, we talk issues them. Since I'm all-rounded law, this and my wife get a background in law before I go to doctorate in public policy and gender. And I don't, me already be established in that area. So when they talk on issues like on salon issues, who they take and beyond waiting people and they talk. We can talk so deep, we even day with friends them. People like always they say we are lost, the past will bring them come back. It has always been conversational, although we gal picking, with 14-year-old gal picking, you always say, okay, now go out, now take a long drive there, the right rules say on this trip, nobody know for talk about book. Nobody know for analyze anything. We not talk anything. We just drive no more. Get empty head because we can get together. We can talk so many things.
Yeah, I sense that, but it better when I get somebody with a checkmate to not any.
Yeah, she does, Jennifer. Jennifer, not the blue.
Right. So, let's bring T-Boy in quick. T-Boy, did I hear the Dr. John Idriss Lahai in opening? You know, we have a question for him. You get comments before we can now go into this topic. And by the way, one thing we make today's program very interesting, T-Boy, before you jump in. Today, students then, we don't suffer. We don't go through possibly the same struggle where Dr. John Idriss Lahai and Boko other people them don't go through. Graduate student at Rabat College. So there was graduation day for a lot of people. So University of Sierra Leone actually. So that means a lot for today's program. So now I make today's program very interesting. Over to you, T-Boy.
Well, it's been long going where Femi done the urge for education program,
Exactly.
I think this is way beyond education program.
Yeah.
So Femi, I think today we don't surpass your request. The request we asked for, we don't even jump 10 steps ahead of them. But on a very serious note, just like how Dr. states all the credentials of voting EB and Uda EB, and the kind of knowledge where he gets in education in all the different range of things that we don't make mention of, he shows how humble a man can be regardless of your educational status. If I walk past this man on the road, I'll look at him like, yeah, whatever.
Not even that,
I will look at him like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
But sometimes we get this perception in Sierra Leone. Does education really matters or it doesn't?
Mm-hmm.
Then I want to. When you have the status, what does it really mean? For Lake, we start the conversation. I go say the entry level now in a salon for any kind of degree, the masters. Can you imagine? If you don't have a master's in anything and you have to apply for any job, when at some time middle range administrative structure, if you don't have a master's, forget it, you're not going to get that job. But why? That's the question we're asking today. And what's it make no other degree not get no value in a salon anymore? Now the level of degree, the entry level now for masters, and then you get you double masters or PhDs or whatever it might be. So to me, you can get all those credentials, but you still can't perform in the capacity of those credentials. That's one. And two, yes, degree matters a lot, but your expression of who you are, how you interact with people there, not to justify which kind of level of degree you get. So basically, all I'm saying is, what in Doc can emphasize on so today, blank all that, and then look at the man himself, and then engage with having a discussion with him, not educational discussion, just basic discussion. And then you know the level of tolerance or the level of interactive skills where you get. We're not getting for in degree. Then when you put in degree on top now, you want for being kind of the academic section of what you have to discuss about, then you know the credentials. But we get this kind of thing where they look at people, them always, I qualify, you know the degree I get? But express it now is a problem. 99% of the time, the people that don't come across na Freetown, we're in a position of authority in Sierra Leone. Me and Femi, no more just, I'm not going to call you my name because you know worse. Sometimes we walk in and walk out. And I remember vividly, 8 years ago, there was a man that we were looking up to in so many different ways. I will not call his name. But that man was like an idol in front of our eyes. We were hoping to meet with him. We were hoping to engage with him. It was a mere massive disappointment. When he opens his mouth, the first thing that came out of his mouth, Femi just turned to me and said, T-Boy, are you sure we are seeing the right person here? I'm like, yes, I'm dying. But anyway, that's now what in Salon Day for, now what in Salon stand for. But we want to change that narrative day. And definitely, I make you say, Doc, be able to take me through this journey and make you able to understand what are the difference in some of the credentials they were going to salon and what are the value of them and how we can interpret them and how it will affect other people that already take things for granted. Say, I will not, so well, no worry about that.
Okay.
That is what I think is important for today's program.
Okay. Thank you so much, T-Boy. And for me, the reason why I make give Dr. John Idriss Lahai the opportunity for at least introduce himself and ask for like tell who I be. Because when they look na social media, sometimes and they we're able to interact with yourself. We see people already don't become dismissive of them. There are certain people we don't begin to dismiss them. Just like the way they dismiss Chernobyl where it starts. People like bogus. And the unfortunate part, these are people where they claim say then Sabine, gets they get PhDs and as senior government officials, I see them comment them, they say, they don't know what they talk. So now that make lay that for the benefit of the wider public. We will just read one comment we make. So before I go back to the topic, Dr. John Idriss Lahai, which of your book is your bestseller right now? And if people want to get them, who side them will get them? Not to advertise you, they advertise, but we want to familiarize with your work.
Okay. How I go call themselves? Them book, they're all bestsellers, but the most recent one where I go say State Fragility in Africa. Yeah, State Fragility in Sub-Saharan Africa, interventions. I don't know if I go ask. Okay, I'll get them. Let's
where you get them during the course of the program, you can bring and come and show.
Okay, yeah. Now state fragility, state fragility in Africa, intervention, indicators and intervention. It's more or less a macroeconomic with mathematical, models the way I use with Ghanaian colleague Isaac Kumsin. We write the book. We'll try for show I make African countries. 46 African countries are failing, and we look at different parameters. For example, if you get wars in this particular country, where they make peace process in that country, the words the way they use by your peace program, by your peace accord where they sign. If more words than they win are violent words, whether or not that they will lead to war come back. Then we look at the question of child labor. We look at several policies there in different areas. The book really it was Routledge, the #1 publisher in the world. The publisher in Routledge don't get around 5 or 6 books for me already, and then they published 2 more. Before this year go done. The book, even the European Union, the European Commission, they don't take them up. If I were just provide the link na LinkedIn before I remember, I already don't get 6,000 views, and people from different areas, from the European Union, from the United Nations, from the African Development Bank. Everybody they say this now what a groundbreaking book, because we not be ever knowing the problems of Africa. We don't use mathematics, we don't use law, we don't use different models then for explain the problem. Now we don't show it in the problems there, we don't show it in the interventions. We'll forget out of this book. So it was peer reviewed, and it was peer reviewed in the sense that other professors from other universities they read the manuscripts, they were satisfied before it was published. Not like when somebody just write book, you can't go to any publisher, I go publish. No, we are talking about Routledge. We are talking about Routledge. Routledge na publisher we publish the books of Albert Einstein. Routledge na the publisher of the books of Albert Einstein. So where they talk so if you just Google me name the book, it gets white and red. Just say John Idriss Lahai State Fragility, the book they come up. I don't know how much they sell them the UK because UK they publish then America back then publish them, Australia publish them, different countries then publish them. Then they try now for interpret them into Swahili, into different other languages. So that I would say that I'm my own bestseller. We get to deal with outside Salone, but inside Salone, the bestseller now the struggles for human rights, also published by Routledge, the same publisher who published Albert Einstein in book them. Whereby I talked about the struggles for human rights from the time when they formed Sierra Leone in the 1700s to this very moment. I go every angle, everything. I don't know how much they go to sell them, but the first book I talk about, they sell around $100 and something in the US. This second book we specifically get for do with Salone, they sell hopefully around 60 to 70 £70 a copy. But universities, then they buy me books. When I say universities, it then Harvard then library. All my books then Harvard library, MIT library, Princeton library, Yale University library, Oxford library, Cambridge University library, Melbourne University, Australia National University. Then the libraries them. The student, then they use them, sit exam, then PhD students, then they cite me book, other scholars, then they cite me books them, even the World Bank, they cite me books them in their reports, where then they write on gender, on public health, on different aspects. So, yeah, I get Boku, so I'm not going to, but if you Google my name, go see your
I don't know why you know, but dog, you book, I'm not going to buy them. I'm not going to buy them.
You don't see them? You don't see them?
It's £114.84.
Oh, so sorry about that, Brian.
But guess what? No, me, I buy the Kindle edition because the Kindle edition, I'll buy the soft copy for sure.
Okay.
There's a soft copy, there's a hardcover, there's a paperback. So basically, the hardcover is about £114.
Okay, £114 go be almost in Leos.
1 point something million.
1.something million. Oh,
1.8 million. Also.
Close to 2 million for one book. Okay, that means I got to talk to Routledge and put the price on small bit.
Never talk to that baby. Not so long ago.
I go talk to Routledge and put the price on small bit.
We'll buy the paperback or we'll buy the Kindle version because the Kindle version also good because at the end of the day, I think the hardcover is done specifically. I think it's more or less being designed for that particular purpose. So basically, I understand why. But again, the worth of the book don't tell you the worth of the content in the book.
Exactly.
So definitely, the content is priceless. That's the possibly reason why you get the price at that range. But definitely, I will look at the Kindle version or the paperback version. But if anybody go on Amazon,
and one other book back where they were very important. I published in 2016 where they show the culture of we people them. We explain to the extent the cultural value and the dangers of Bondo society and everything. It was the Institute for Commonwealth Study in the University of London, then series, and it was published by Oxford Peter Lang. You know, that one also another important book where Salon people for read for really
this understand. One, they call it big,
and they call it Gender in Practice. Gender in Practice, Culture, Politics, and Society in Sierra Leone. Now, the Institute for Commonwealth Studies, now the University of London, now the series, they call it Africa in Development series, then they publish now Oxford Peter Lang, 2016, the book them book, but anyway, 2016, 19, and then they come out.
So T-Boy, the first one, State Fragility, if you're able to copy the link and post them at the chat group and pin and that'll be, we'll appreciate that.
Okay, I'll do that.
So we'll go on for everything. All right, so now, we don't establish, say, the doctor who they talk to, not to under mango tick fake doctor and not to witch doctor. Right? He's not a fake doctor and not a witch doctor. Right? Because somebody asked the question.
And I get me mualimu. I get me teacher. I don't know if Salon person Salon don't know, but Professor Abdul Karim Bangura. That might get 5 PhDs.
Yeah.
He's my mentor, and my teacher, he's my uncle, Now in the inspiration after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
So then say the mango no they for don't far from the tree.
Yes.
So and when I find out they use mango a lot today. Mango tick under the mango tick, and it is deliberate. Okay. So the mango no they fall far from the tree. So we don't know why. All right. So now that we're established, Doc, we come today for discuss with you on this fake degree issue.
Yeah.
If you write, I don't know if it's correct for name you as a whistleblower on this issue. I hope you will not take offense to it.
No, I like that. I like that. Whistleblower
okay, so you whistleblow, you ace the cover blind, everything scatter on fake degree issue. So tell me why, apart from anything else, why you focus on this issue for whistleblower and on AFA?
Well, I would say personal reason and also public policy reason. Waiting at the personal reason. Sometime in 2020, yes, one of my cousin we stop from 3 or so, just come to me at that time I was in Freetown and tell me say they graduate. I said, how you they graduate this graduate here? You stop from 3, you know, sit once, I don't want to see anything, and I know but you, and I don't grumble, I don't vex. How you they sit this seat? Well, in be they working, don't get that money, they graduate. I say, how you they graduate? He say, well, in they graduate with a degree. I say, really? He say, yes. I say, waiting at the college name. He say, African Graduate University. And indeed, the guy graduate, ma.
This is cousin?
Me own cousin. So I became so bitter. I tell her, say, let never come near me again, let never come near me else again, because it more or less they carry a poison where it will likely influence me on small one them. The one they within a new household, let them back take this path for go pay for degree, for let them just get degree just like that. And before long, the guy go na Kenima, Trace na Kenima, only for let them tell me, say, the guy, I see, he come, okay, I was in the house, I park motor car, I don't know if he already say I be there around, the man come, he get to low 98. People then say, hey, how the training? And now I ask, which kind of training they do? They say the guy they try for join the army. I say, really? Yes. I say, which kind of army? He say, well, in they try for join the cadets. Wow. Here and then, now go to the head of the training now Kenima they now tell and say, this one is they do them because I hate them. Because there are so many of them where they pay school fee for. And they do them because I hate them. And they do them because it is a danger, a problem this guy pull him out of your program. For let them not go arrest them, let them not get trouble or whatsoever, anything, because all the family members were more or less a bit now with me. I just say enough fit for this particular thing. So I'll be able to convince the boss, then drop a name out, and I decide, say, okay, now it is time for you to get serious. You go back to school, and now, by God power, it don't do first year now, Najala, they try to get a degree with a merit. Then I was a member of the Renaissance movement, Sierra Leone, being very vocal during the days of the APC, and we were removed, taking all sorts of press release. We were more or less, unstoppable. Then all of a sudden, so Fula, when we IG, Inspector General of Police, I just see no more. Then they call him doctor. Okay, before Union Time Self they come, there was this issue with the current minister of tourism. She's my aunt, my own sister. So let people know, say, this is there to me. Dr. Memuna, they say Dr. Memuna, Auntie Mrs. Memuna to Pratt. In PhD issue come up, then get a honorary PhD, now do. I became angry. I said, but this is wrong. Me and my own sister, this is wrong. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do this. Later on, I traced the people in Dubai. It turned out for me, say, she paid $5,000 for letting get a PhD. My aunt, who is currently serving as Minister of Tourism, if you're hearing a John, they talk daddy, later if I in Peking, you know, say I know me a plane once it come for salon. I know mixed matter, even though I born self, you know me. I became angry with that, and I was more or less so bitter. People in there, I was on the Sierra Leone network, SLN, group. People then go testify, including lawyer Martin Michael, Wege Mercury, and so other big people in a salon. I was so bitter. I contacted people in Dubai. They tell me, say, if I pay $5,000, then back will give me degree. I became angry. So they say that they are authentic. I say, okay. Osai una office there. They say then they operate from Dubai. But I later on do my investigation and trace this college here. Then they na Nigeria. Na Nigeria man then they run this scam. But I didn't give me address, say then the headquarters then at UK. I went to London. This headquarters, so now room, apartment. Somebody apartment. And where I don't lost the address. I give now go search out and send people and go to London, let them go watch this host. What side they say now this campus, the Commonwealth something institute, where they say no Commonwealth College, where they say now they give this paper also. I said this na room, this na house. Wow, people at the window, I see bed table, this. I see this not a university, not even do for 2 people. How come this college yard exists here? So I don't begin to understand, say, this scam don't they go on so deep and it don't boku. Then a renaissance one day, 9 they tell me, say, you know, Dr. Sovula, Inspector General of Police. Now protest. People and when a renaissance go be any witness, including the anti-corruption commissioner, Francis Ben-Kenfala. I protested. We protest. Nine Sovula. Then pull press release that police say it don't rescind, they don't want the honorary degree again, where Dominion University gear. Less than 3 months, or I think between 3 to 5 months, where he say no one Dominion then degree. Now Sovula come back say yes, he's a doctor now, he don't get a PhD. I do my investigation, it's a African graduate university now they do in PhD. I do my own findings, spent thousands of dollars. I able to investigate, able to trace this college here, and able to understand and on everything lead back to Sierra Leone to one man who they call Mohamed Yamba Bangura. Who done this Mohamed Yamba Bangura? Una remember when war been done at Salone, one college be emerged where they call St. Clement's University.
Yeah.
Christiana Top get PhD day. David Tambayo get a bachelor's degree day. Later on, through to the good effort of Alpha Wuri, Minister Alpha Wuri, currently minister. By then, under Pakabain government, he was Minister of Education. In within deputy, where then they call Abbas Collier, they fought very hard, then closed that university day. But Tambayo not been to way in degrees. Christiana Top, they still they call themselves the doctor where they get from that fake university day. Who done be the brain behind that fake university day? Now Mohamed Yamba Bangura. When Eskoroma come, I don't know who I pay what kind of way, and Eskoroma go appoint head of civil service college. A man when I fraudster. Now you go put for head with civil service training institute for train civil servants them. Then you ask yourself why make Sierra Leone they go before? Where government making policy, would they implement them? Now civil servants. The one where they train their civil servant and then a fraudster where they sell degree, where they create fake university. You feel safe that Monday, people and they get fake degree, come for join the civil service. Automatically that man they give them any type paper if you able to pay no more. So that's how we civil service became infested with fake degree holders, and there are over 500 to close to from permanent secretaries and take candle. So many of them they get fake degrees. I do me investigation. Sent messages, went to Uganda myself, do everything. Where it's so deep. It's so deep. But if you want to interject me for ask any question we related before I give you the history of how Yamba Bangura and one Mr. Henry Igesa, how they be party, say they form this fake university. Because Yamba Bangura, after they don't destroy St. Clement's University, if they look for ways for open another one back for continue for scam with people there.
Okay.
And how we be they do maybe they target just like how Dominion University where they get degree on that tick. Then start off with like a church. Now pastors them, then they train, they say, okay, pastor don't come, you don't train this cause of how Jesus come out, Bethlehem, go Galilee. Now, if Jesus be the worker with 1 foot, you back worker with 1 foot, they say, hey, you don't qualify, you don't get certificate in 1 foot jumping. Or they say, for break bread, you break bread. They say, okay, certificate in bread breaking. Now then begin try then begin say, okay, now you don't get diploma. From diploma, now you don't get bachelor. From bachelor, now. So as I tell you right now, don't put the list of how the man don't give 6 PhDs. The man don't give about 7 honorary doctorates. It don't give 15 masters. He don't give 15 bachelor's degree. How then they do that? Then doctorate here, so then they target big men in society, Dominion University, for instance. They no say Sovula, na in they head the police, na in they arrest people. Not to so.
Yes.
So what Dominion do, then call and then go give and doctorate. So by the end of the day, they tell us, say, go arrest Dominion. They go say, but I get degree there, so I know they go. So you see how dangerous this thing is.
They compromise them.
Compromise them. And he fell for it. But as we can say in public policy, because I don't consult for international agencies there, for even for review the Sierra Leone, code of ethics at the Sierra Leone police force, and I understand what's at the top in this area. And I'm also, I don't get, if possible, one deny me, I don't get a master's in international law, and and I'm on the verge. People anyway go testify. I started off my law degree at the University of Sydney. Now I'm ending it at the University of Melbourne. We're ranked 5th in the world. There is one thing what we always they say: law not they exist in vacuum. Law always get a public policy backing.
Right.
So you, as a police head, you ought to have known, say, this degree that they can't give me also a fake. So ignorance, not to an excuse in this regard, because he's head of the police.
Yeah.
You understand, eh? So I reported the matter and I received no nothing from the anti-corruption boss. And what I do next, I decide for take from me your money. I begin spend, go overseas, go East Africa, try for trace this university. This university also, now one man they call Henry Dreslak Igasa. Now inform this African Graduate University. But I inform him, he be they teach now one community, one trade center. I don't know, we were, in the 80s, 90s, before they come with this suburb education, then they get trade center, even technical.
Yeah.
Technical Congo Cross. Technical Congo Cross started off. Then they offer degree, the highest way than they offer now HND.
HND had national diploma.
Yeah, HND. I guess I be they teach them, I guess I involved in financial misappropriation and then SACAM. When they SACAM, it vex. Now I say, okay, back the forming your university. Get partnership with Nigerians, one Gambian with some Somalis, then people like come Somalia. They say, okay, let them form this tier. They all travel around 2010, 2011, then go na Mogadishu. At that time, at the Islamic courts, we all know Al-Shabaab, then they didn't have power. Then So the place was volatile. Then go there, then go decide, say, let them meet, let them form the team. So they form, it was more or less like, for example, where RUF, then they form, NPFL, the Liberia, RUF, the Saloon. So that's what they do. Then go form this scheme here, so in a fake, then get the Somalia campus, then get the Uganda campus. But the man, he put Kampala, when a Uganda capital, let them know able to trace them. But now, Eastern Uganda, inside one town, they call Busia. Now, they go, now inside Os, inside Pala. You understand? He gets there, then be big banner them, where people, they want, he go, he put on a people, fine building there, he snap, he put on the internet, it's in the colleges. But if you go, now Os, the host is more like dilapidated. Palava come between this Henry Igesa with him party them with the same scammers there na Somalia. You understand, eh? Well, Fambule una be understand when they say Al-Shabaab. Al-Shabaab then get the same ideology with Boko Haram na Nigeria. What in Boko Haram mean? Burn book, destroy book. Not also they say Western education is bad. That is the ideology of Al-Shabaab. Al-Shabaab now them be the control Somalia. So when I tell me if I bull them how Al-Shabaab we hate with man book, we say then they put every book, then they go to their library, then anything they for do with English, then they burn them. On that country, then at the university where they offer a degree to Sierra Leoneans, are they that university they go operate? If that university they not so fake. Palava come between them. Henry with his Somali party them. So the African Graduate University in Somalia, where exists now one street, now one host by one Benyard corner, and Ion na Eastern Congo, they make palava. Now Henry say Ingo destroy the Somali people there, in Somali counterpart them. Now I go from other university where called Stafford University Kampala. If you go Stafford University Kampala, now you go na Somalia. for try for go create rivalry with this new one with the other people. So for like making it itself legitimate, now go na Salam University na Mogadishu dey. He go sign an MOU with them saying yes, he go able to help them because in a tough politician. Somalia was in darkness. What did the internet no day, nothing no day. In saying a big time politician and Uganda, he go able to make the Salam University grow, become a global entity. But within Salam University, then they fail for realize the man not a big time politician. The man attempt for contest as councillor election.
Right.
Na Busia. He attempt for contest councillor election na Busia. He not be even win the councillor election where he contest na Busia. Now in picture this wire of in campaign. Now in picture this wire of in campaign where he contest under the FDC party.
So this na the guy in a what origin? What's in common?
Now Uganda.
Okay, so now Uganda.
Yes. So when you don't form this alliance with them, then Somali Padia, they don't split. They don't form another university apart from this other one. They don't get the Africa Graduate University they operate. They decide for form another university, Stafford University, where same go na Somalia for let them go rival with Ion Padi there where they be formed. Where they are the co-founders of this scam.
Okay. So
this alliance no work. What do you do now next? Now for going at the internet in 2014, a post on LinkedIn, they try for talk bad about people them, but the matter was reported to LinkedIn. LinkedIn decided for delete the link and even instead then delete them. You understand them? So it delete all in details, it just say university by profile na LinkedIn. Henry Dresslak, Igesa. You go na LinkedIn, you go see and day. You understand eh? Now you go na Facebook now. Where go na Facebook now? Now you go right back. He's saying they call on everybody where register with Africa Graduate University in Mogadishu, Somalia. Let them not attend day. Let them cut ties with her. In fact, if you see anybody with any degree, you know, approve of that degree day. And the statement where it be pulled. Now the statement this. Now the statement this where the man been pulled.
Yeah, you picture they lost because of your background they lost anyway.
Yes, so okay. Okay, the statement he read, I could just read the conclusion. He say warning AGU leaks, warning to all distance learning students of Africa Graduate University Somalia. Campus Mogadishu, campus Baidoa, campus Kismoyo. The end of the thing he said I, Henry Igesa, I am here to let you know that the Africa Graduate University based in Somalia does not have partnership anymore with the African Graduate University main campus in Uganda. The partnership was closed a year ago due to the producing and selling of fake certificates from bachelor's to master's to PhDs to students, which is illegal. These certificates, I write them, I see the English war. The English is so poorly constructed. He said these certificates are printed by the university lecturer called JB. He said the man I named JB. You know, put the full name, it's also JB. In some local printing place on the streets of Mogadishu. After being found out, it led to so many lecturers and administrators to leave for fear of further consequences. The certificate they are giving out is fake, duplicate, and they are not recognized by the AGU Uganda. That is you know, recognize that degree there. So whoever is handling, you know, say Andy no, he said whoever is handling a certificate from them is handling. He used the word back handling. It just mirror paper. He said just mirror paper. And in case you found out with, and in case you are found out with it, you will face the law. Can you imagine? I think English here, so a university professor, they go right. A founder of a whole university to avoid further huge problem. Use the word avoid further huge problem. Kindly look for another university to students. You know, say for study. He said look for another university to students and go and complain the matter to your Ministry of Education. Send this message to all students, you know, those that graduated and having the certificates. Now the documents, this. Now the document this. You know, so then they now work. Now I decide say, okay, in want establish in West Africa. Now I go on the rampage in Facebook and LinkedIn. They send for people them all over. Now I meet this master scammer where they call Mohammed and Babangura already don't in Kanda from the time of St. Clement's University. Then talk on several locations through Gmail, LinkedIn, and Yahoo, then decide for form this university in Sierra Leone. Henry Egesa, when at this Ugandan, he take the position of global head and the chief financial officer. Then he promotes Yamba Bangura to the title of full professor. Then he give him the appointment as head of recruitment, head of student recruitment in West Africa. Yamba Bangura, they recruit students then for the whole of West Africa, is head of recruitment and promoted to head to full professor. In 2013, then begin the operation at Salon. That same 2013, they then get 7 students them we apply. And that same year, they then 7 students then they we gain admission in 2013. They also graduate in 2013.
No, hold on first before you go further. Hold on there. So they apply for undergraduates, postgraduates.
They apply for undergraduates and masters depending on how you want
okay.
Year 2013.
And then
they apply. Then graduate some 2 months later, some 1 month later, some 2 weeks later, some 3 weeks later, but they all are in 2013 and graduate.
Okay, and these are Sierra Leoneans?
Sierra Leoneans.
Okay, all right.
Out of them 7 students they are so, 6 give money to Yamba Bangura, let Yamba Bangura not publish the names. So we don't know that they're waiting at the names. We don't know the degree.
So the name not in at the list.
The name not in at the list.
Okay. So now go students them.
Now go students them. So then but then they use their degree right now where then they work. And one them, then in 2014, you get another set of students again, then plenty. And one of them right now, they work now public sector reform unit, now office of the president.
Interesting.
They work in a public sector reform unit, the office of the president. Let's just dig out the name. Like if I bull them.
From them, here we deal with facts, and we wait for Dr. John Idriss Lahai for giving names, so at least we know. Because I'm going to ask a question, but low allow him time because I know I'm for confuse them with other questions. Them I want to let give people list because we don't see a lot of small things, but we know the road. And T-Boy asks, say we want for let it tell we how we get to this point. So I think so don't see this thing started in 2013 or back then. So if you say you know, now scam you today, we'll get time for be proven, we'll try to prove that out. But if you don't get the name yet, don't worry, you find it later.
Okay, I will find the name.
Yeah, so
they work in a public sector reform unit, office of the president, a lady, I will publish the name. Then the other one, that's very year day, 2014. One man right now when top army officer, in fact, right now defense attaché Alex Ilogima Masakoi, when we defense attaché na the Africa Union, and we mission na Ethiopia and the United Nations na East Africa. In background, did that very year day. Then get a masters in international law. Then get a masters in international relations and diplomatic practice.
Interesting.
2014. And in 2020, now in this mania, so this Alex Masakoi, this Yamba Bangura, get a PhD in international leadership and security. In international, I get the title of in degree, fine. Then get a PhD in strategic leadership and security in the year 2020, and in student number for in PhD in student number na PhD/SLSS/0013.
So now the number 13 person.
Now the number 13, but funnily his student number 1.
Okay, so that means say the other one they're missing.
So if he's student number 13, that means that there were 12 others who apply for this very PhD in strategic leadership and security, where go down tell and say, do not put we name, not put we details, just delete we, come out now the list, let nobody know able trace we, and not only Alex Iyon now able trace when student number 13. But we watch on the left-hand side of the report of the entry, the data entry is serial number 1. If he's serial number 1 for the PhD in strategic leadership and security, why is it that in student number number 13? I know attend post school now Edwards are attend, but me no say student number they begin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Take go. You know saying I mean a number 1 student, they give me student ID number 13. When number if me me a number 1 student we register at the program, but me ID at number 13, when number 1 and 12.
Okay.
So some people when they give them the degree, then they disappear into the system.
So Famule una answer that question, where number 1 and number 12, but we don't find number 13, but we cannot trace 1 to 12. Okay. So continue, Lano.
So waiting Yamba Bangura they do, people and they ask me, say, how come the clerk of Param Tarawali was my student at FBC? Okay.
So now you established that. Let's try to counter the argument with.
And what I want to talk is when you go meet Yamba Bangura, they ask you, okay, you're not lawyer, not so. You say yes, you're not lawyer. You say okay, I want to apply for PhD. You say okay, PhD. But since you're not lawyer, the PhD I think say go find for you now PhD in jurisprudence. So you tell her you type degree, they ask you what's you work. So if you're not civil servant, you go say, well, I think that the PhD we go do for you now PhD in public administration and management. So like parentarily is clerk of parliament and his duty in a parliament, now that of an administrative role. So again PhD in public administration and management. Param we not done in Bachelor of Fine. It just cut out nomo, it can't touch PhD. When I was doing a PhD, at least you are required for go at least one conference. You are required to publish at least one paper. I am marking PhD dissertations right now from different universities. I get two PhD dissertations where they mark from Japan. I get 1 from Sweden. I get 3 from the US. Then I just don't complete 2 from the UK. Where then they send to me for marking dissertation, for see whether or not I for recommend whether or not the student for pass or the student for fail. Param mark you, so when IG and Param mark una dissertation them. Masako where in Africa, uda mark una dissertation them. Where una thesis, where the correction, una submit una thesis, law run and through Turnitin, because every paper where they publish, I mean a reviewer, I even sit on the editorial board for for Lexington Books, when are the biggest publisher in the US. And they review publications there for Oxford University, Cambridge University, and so many big presses there, where they send book them for publish. And understand the system, how it works. If we would review your paper, we see say 2 sentences. They when another man in your words, reference, put the person in the name, say you take this particular words from Fode in book. You take it as your own. We call them plagiarism. So produce now your dissertation for me, because it gets how they claim say they were student and sit in a salon, in Babangura, then they claim say student and sit in a salon, then they go mark them paper na Somalia. But Somalia, na Somali language and they talk, they not even fall Sierra Leone in terms of global ranking for the language for English. They not even fall under anything. Nobody need to come out with Somalia. Somalia will get paper they pass you submit to the international regulatory body, they interpret your degree for you because Arabic and they write by your paper.
Yeah.
So how somebody then in Somalia they study Arabic, they teach somebody in a salon when English na official language. Where Somalia the official language na Arabic. So Fula want tell me say na Arabic be they study. Okay, so Fula, assalamu alaikum. Reply to me now by if you sabi talk Arabic because this is confusing.
All right, so this is becoming interesting, and you're asking questions. Tiba, I hope you take note of some of them questions. Yeah. So let me establish first, is there a link between this African Graduate University and Dominion Christian University? Or not
they
two
not get
separate?
no link.
Okay, they not get no link. So now two separate entities where they run
two separate entities where they run. And funnily, the vice chancellor at Dominion, I teach at FBC 12 years ago. He was my student, Samuel Giffey. And somebody just don't tell me privately, say he is my cousin also.
Okay, so your cousin and you student, neither disgrace now, neither disgrace me so.
Neither disgrace the family name, neither disgrace me country, neither destroy me country. Dominion is separate.
Yeah.
In then get their own structure. Dominion don't award degree, PhD to one man when a director on a bank of Salone. No, that's a Sierra Leone commercial bank. One of the directors in a Sierra Leone commercial bank getting PhD from Dominion.
Wow.
So let them go there. Dominion is separate. Dominion, as I tell you, in start off like bread and butter. Call pastors, then come together. They can do certificate course, how Jesus work on our water, can do certificate course, how Jesus will sleep na the boat, then give them paper, then they. But this one now they tell you, Africa Graduate University, in start off na Uganda, this can begin Uganda and in go all the way till it go end up na Sierra Leone. In 2015, the New York Times been produced a report where say Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, degree then and they sell them and the fake degree industry, they make over $1 billion, not a million, B-I-L-L-I-O-N, $1 billion every year. Then call the report degree mill in Africa. 2015.
Yeah, there was a documentary about it as well. There was a documentary.
Okay, you see the documentary about it. So it is a big business. So what thing they do, Yamba Bangura way income is target people left from top institution. During the AP system, 2013 was AP system. It target members of parliament, you give them degree them, fake paper them. Wait, can I write your name? Give me $5,000, give me $2,000. Look your degree. It target cabinet ministers them under an Eskoroma government. They see somebody no more, we not even get CC. Some like HTC then get they don't come out, they don't be doctors. So then they target top people in a society where by the end of the day, if they go target them, they go say, me don't call myself doctor now for this fake paper. So then they do everything for protect everything.
Yes, for
Bangura consolidate his position, he able to influence them people where don't give fake degree within the APC party. Then go convince an Eskoroma. An Eskoroma is innocent in this. They don't know nothing until this very day where they talk about something that today they know. Then go convince an Eskoroma. An Eskoroma appoint this Yamba Bangura head of Civil Service Training Institute.
So make them more powerful.
Hundreds and hundreds of people and they don't get this fake degree, they already don't enter with civil service. So for Yamba Bangura protect them, influence the people in the APC party, MPs them, and this way they already don't give fake degree. Then go influence an Eskoroma way innocent, we don't know nothing. He appoints an head. So he don't be head of the civil service now, principal. So anybody they apply for civil service now for CAP, you never go through in training. They just put the bubble and away they give fake degree. Now they no money they employ. Now so the one the way they suffer genuinely in FBC, genuinely in IPAM, genuinely in Jala. So if una be they apply for join the civil service, una no be they get work. Now the fake people then be they get una position them. So when they done, APC don't go. SLPP don't come. Yamba Bangura look now say, okay, and the APC people like you always get that fake perception, say, you know, SLPP na Mendeman party, SLPP and Mendeman then the Lambuk, you know, Jabe go can be me. So it's I go do now, I go to the head of the police, I go get a PhD. So I tell them, call her for car arrest me now, and no go come for car arrest me. So then compromise Sovula. He accept the PhD. Then we go back to parliament.
But quickly though, sorry, before you go further.
Yeah.
So IG Sovula, the Inspector General of Police,
yes,
he gets PhD from Dominion as well as AG.
Yes, the one at Dominion, where I protest in 2021, it's where I'm saying no one time again.
But it be accept and force.
It be accept them. They even get a gown. I share the picture on Facebook, and one of my students them where when that Samuel defeat when the vice chancellor of the university. Now here Sovula and then take picture together. I post the picture. That bobode na division 3 now graduated. We don't turn vice against a PhD degree at FBC. Right? Only underperforming student. He not get masters. He just cut out one day according to the calls they get now from his colleagues them. Then they tell me just meet and in the graduated a PhD. They say, who say you get it? He say no, just watch no more. He graduates. So Vula accepted that PhD. So Vula accepted that PhD.
So you say commander the Mangrotic, they will come on and go Uganda.
Yes. The Uganda people are now, after we APC don't go, Mohamed and Babangura don't see now say, in West go come on a do, if you know creates a niche within the SLPP lane back will get people there for protect them. Now make it go meet Sovula give the Dominion, then degree back. Within months after we don't give them, now get 90 police press release come back. And that is the unfortunate thing. When Sovula getting PhD, he not get them on behalf of the country. So I send this message here to the police. Nowadays they use press release, they use police, how they call them? Police letterhead. For pull press release about Sovula, it is a crime. Me, I be able to sue in a court. Because not a state matter than the man in PhD, na in papa, na for mama, na for in pikinde, na for in family, not for we.
But it goes to show, say, the institution self recognize and celebrate them. And
so for the fact that they don't use police letterhead, and the police is the state. So that means say the state recognized that fake degree they where Sovula gets. And this is a criminal act to the highest order.
Right.
Because every government letterhead, from government ministry, from police, from the army, na state property, na me and you own property. They not for use them for pull press release say Dr. Sovula, Mr. Sovula don't get PhD. It is wrong. You say you there right now, you see somebody they pull press release with official government letterhead for say it don't born Pekin.
No, sir.
Don't see that outside and they write on a letterhead say, well, we minister in the Pulado in Pekin. They just don't born 2 months ago, then the Pulado the Pekin. It is the same thing.
No, but then if we use the institution and for fundraising, because we know say where Mr. Sovula been the married, then do memo for ask people for fundraise.
Exactly, and they use the police. They use the police letterhead. That is a criminal act.
Yeah, send out a memo for saying for contribute. We
for contribute. They use police letterhead, a state property for man in personal life.
Right. So let's go back. Let's go back. So this is a make one for waiting like now for let people understand say. Because there are people who are making a case here say, oh, na scam them. But if you don't accept one from Dominion Christian University under the Mangrotic, people like Dr. John Idriss Lahai them protest. Out of that, you come out and say, oh no, I know once again because now I don't know for say no to proper university, okay? But then 3 months later, you come with a PhD. So, I just Sovula na police, me not to police. In good by investigation, me they're not getting me for investigate. But he ask questions. So, if we be done there on a PhD studies for how many years ago, then they can offer you one, you know, guys need for go take them, right?
Yeah.
You go say already, I did work on a PhD, this, that, so I don't want a honorary PhD or whatever it is, or whether I just do complete one. Then you don't need for go take them because you already get one. So, but if you deny one, then 3 months later, you come out with a fresh PhD from a different university. For can cover shame? That's my question to you. Now, before cover shame or for waiting?
Not to be for cover shame, not to cover your own cover shame. So, Vula, if you listen to Dr. John Idriss Lahai to talk to you, from day one, where SLPP can have power, you be done the fet for become the Inspector General of Police. You don't manipulate yourself through inside State House. You know the people that they talk about, we talk for you. Say they appoint you. For let you create undue advantage so that you go consolidate yourself, because Sierra Leone, a country will get complex, bad purpose. As they say, this person get PhD. Nobody need to talk to her again. Hey, the part don't talk, the part don't talk now final. You wanted this PhD all this while. You know, say not to lie, they lie by you. As a seasoned researcher, I don't travel almost out of 50-something countries in Africa. 46, I don't go conduct research. Out of 100 and something countries then at the world, I don't travel close to 80 something for conduct research. And then when they were clever, for example, yes, she's controversial, like Madam Sylvia Blyden. But Sylvia go tell you, say, what's not to for do with this? This way then they call pen. I fearful, not a boaster, they boast. Because I do me investigations. So Fulabi don't want this PhD so much so that because it go use them for consolidating stay na party. But as we can say no more, the man don't be a police officer for over 20 years. Now we say na scam, we will agree for just at least let we not delay the conversation. We agree, say they scam you.
Me not go agree with you, Doc.
No, you don't go agree with me, but I just say that's so full they talk to now.
Okay.
Now we agree, say na scam then scam you, but you don't dare na the police, law enforcement. Now you, the police, then get criminal investigation unit. Then get when the CID, then get human resource, then get everything. And you are head of the police. CID they under you. You get 20 years of experience. A meaningful judge. Even if that judge they get a degree from Dominion University under the Mangotique, that judge they go get common sense for say you ought to have known.
Mm-hmm.
The law always get that thing you ought to have known.
And
20 years.
Ignorance of the law is not an excuse.
Yes, 20 years of 20 plus more years of police experience. You go tell me, say, I'm Babangura. Go scam you? No, and not scam you. You wanted that PhD all along for consolidate you stay.
So let we establish something again. These people will graduate from either of the two so-called universities. In your research, you're able to establish whether they actually attend or they paid. They bought the degree.
Now two schemes they operate.
Okay.
Then get the snowball model. Okay. If I know you, I trust you. I they call you, say, come, I they give you degree, pay me so and so money.
Okay.
Then you, where I carry it, I go negotiate with you, say, okay, now $5,000 they take. But if you able to carry 2-3 people where you back trust, I go reduce you 5,000 where you for pay. Now you only go pay $2,000.
Mm-hmm.
So you carry the 2-3 people them, you pay. So this one are the syndicates when are for high big man them, politicians, lawyers, medical doctors. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And it gets the other model where basically in only there for visa. This visa program here, see, you dey meet Bangura, it make fake degree for you, it give you even fake transcripts that you use them for applying at the college. Not a big time colleges, so mostly then they target the Middle East, the Arab world, and China. Because they know they target England. They know they target.
So we they lose your network. I don't know why, you know, and pictures as well. Fumble them, Dr. John Idriss Lahai, when are the whistleblower for the fake degrees, where we see top government officials and people now, you know, sensitive and influential position at the country where their name come up, say they get degrees from either Dominion Christian University or African Graduate University. So he did with me, but they get network issue. But he will join me back just now. T-Boy, why should they wait for Dr. John Idriss Lahai for join me? You know the revelation?
Yes, I have.
You speak. How can I feel? Not speak or don't know.
I didn't speak, but I'm not speaking English.
Yeah, you get me now. You see me now, eh?
Don't come back. Yeah, continue on that. Yeah, but just move back a bit. Yeah, so you know. Go
okay. Yeah. So what they say is the first scheme is now snowball model.
Yeah.
Juma, you want degree? Okay, can't pay me 5,000 at the due degree, but I make a cheap for you.
Pay you 5,000.
Yes. So now go car with Sylvester and car with Femi. If you car with two, you they pay $1,000.
Okay, all right.
Then he tells Sylvester and Femi say una go car to Namanda they reduce for una.
Okay.
Now the first scheme. The second scheme are for visa. Then they target the Arab world. Then they target China. Then they target Japan because they're not able to verify the result they are. As they say, Africa Graduate University. Okay, you are accepted. What in Chinese man want? You just look at okay, we go. You get your degree. There, yonder now, some man they pay up to $5,000, some $7,000 for this fake transcript and fake degree. Well, the man they able use them for come out of salon. They get the third model way. Now the student the way not trust. You don't know whether or not na spy, whether or not then they go talk. Then student they are waiting me man they do, they enroll them. Then student they are so to them, they feel say then they attend college. Then they give their notes them, the man they go online, then they give their notes them, then they take notes and everything. I don't know, the man just they go no more. It gets in file, it gets in this, I just they put all the print all thing. It send them, everybody go print. So man, anything you want print, if na business study they do, it even give you paper, it even give you notes where they do about if na business study you do, they give you notes where they for do with terrorism. Or give you notes where they for do with banga business. They don't care there, just they give any kind of paper no more you study them. If they set exam for you all, you they sit the exam, you give them the paper, you say okay, then they scan the paper, send and go na Somalia, let them go Maka. Result they come off for una. Either they get A, some can fail, then go bribe back to them. Where you want money. If they pass some, you fail some, the one they not trust. They pay our money. Where you pay our money, the business continues. So some man can do 3 years, hey, I don't graduate from my brother, my sisters. Nobody no mark you paper, yeah?
Right. Yeah, we still
nobody
get
no mark you paper.
With the young voice, okay, you don't come back here. Go ahead. Yeah, so nobody they mark you paper.
Nobody they mark you paper, but they graduate. Grades they come up for you. Now internet low.
Yeah, but yeah, 9 they make they fluctuate. But continue, no more. Continue.
Okay, well I just do refresh.
Yeah, it looks good now.
Okay. So that's the 3 scheme then this one. The first scheme na role model and then for the big brother. Because interest them big man, if you don't go get a PhD, call himself doctor, he go shame for even pull his sickness. Then go sit down a bar, then they drink. If you want PhD, I know say you get taboo. So all man they kite in company. You understand, eh? Then so full then so then take hook up. Then you get the other scheme when a purely na for visa no more. Purely na for visa. What you do now, since you don't get this fake Africa Dominion thing, you don't go Malaysia. They also they target Malaysia. Where they don't give you fake degree and fake transcript, then you go Malaysia, you go China, just the Asian countries, the normal, even India. You go na university where recognized globally. Once you don't go get masters there, you don't need your bachelor's again for apply for doctorate.
Come back to waiting T-boy say where the party level where they don't set now a masters going up. Then they consider
good. So you see her now, eh? So T-boy na the thing that day. So once you don't use that fake transcript, you don't go oversee a legitimate university, you don't go get masters there. If possible, then they look you bachelor's again, because for example, where I better do my second PhD, they don't ask me for my masters, they don't ask me for bachelor's, they only ask me for my first PhD no more than look at. Then say yes, now Australia I get at the University of New England. You go to the university there, you ask anybody, they see me degree, they see everything. So that is how this, the scam or the scheme, now so it operates. You know, then do you give me that book here? That book up here. Yeah, that red one. You know, so now this kid, you know, the scheme they operate. So 3 model. If I not trust you, they go 3 years because you feel say you study, you feel say you sit exam. But you know they sit exam, really, but nobody need mark your paper. Nobody need a mark your paper. You do masters, you write your dissertation, but not 2 and 2 years. You write your PhD I don't think people can go see it. Now,
it is just study the state fragility and resilience in sub-Saharan Africa, and we don't post the link as well. We you know, the discussion board, so people are able to follow as well. All right. Mr. Bengo's research and hold on the program, and if unable, let Tibo if unable get the hard copy, I'll get soft copy. But I would like to have the hard copy and keep, you know. So you explain this whole the background behind everything, and why you think say low left hand. Now you highlight on your statement. You mentioned even a family member. You're so like, you know, this thing drives you so much that you mention a family member will get your degree, your doctorate in a different university or college, right? In different from there, why so we're not Dr. Memuna Tuprat, the sitting minister of tourism and culture. And then we don't know from the list where we see come out, we don't see the IG, the Inspector General of Police, the Clerk of Parliament, we know Mr. Parantarawali. Then I see another name, but I just want to confirm. Matthew Sanyuma.
Matthew Sanyuma is the head of government business in the parliament. He's also a graduate of that university. So you see, it targets everybody. It targets the parliament. Yamba Bangura targets parliament. It targets the police. You know, it targets cabinets when a mother be in government. It targets the civil service. It targets the army. So by the end of the day, he was more or less untouchable.
Right. So if the leader of government business, the way now will say now the political head, apart from the president, but he's the political head for the Sierra Leone People's Party. And this is the highest lawmaking body. So the clerk, the administrative head of the Sierra Leone Parliament, gets a fake degree, and he published now the Sierra Leone Parliament under in profile. It is listed, right?
Yes.
He puts even up to an Excel experience we get. He puts on it. Then you get the leader of government business, Insai put on it. You get the Inspector General of Police, the police full press release for celebrator. You know, that's on behalf of the state.
Yes.
Okay, so the reason I can ask you this is, and of course, waiting at the other gentleman named the winner head of defense attaché in African Union.
Alex Masakoy.
Alex Masakoy. And this then at the military.
He didn't have the military, yes. I think he was promoted to he's either colonel now or brigadier, I don't know anything in rank.
Right. So the military then they look at all anything and they for help you with promotion and even put you in strategic places. These are people that hold strategic positions now the country where they make decisions on with behalf. They get this kind of thing. So I want to understand, because the Anti-Corruption Commission boss, they say it's not a crime.
Well,
why you think say this is a crime to the highest level?
In the first instance, first, let's establish one thing. Anti-Corruption Commissioner don't lost me trust. He's a brother who I say dear to me. He's a close brother. In fact, my wife and your wife, they are cousins. But he don't lost me trust. And you know, I don't tell her publicly, I don't tell her privately, I don't tell her personally, I don't respect her again. You understand, eh? So now come on that side, now we come to this one. If they say it is not a crime, Alex Ilogima Masakoy gets a master's in international relations and diplomatic practice from African Graduate University in 2014.
Right.
And it was after 2018 now President Julius Madabio appoint him for going to Ethiopia. So Francis Ben Kelfala, you tell me if the CV that was submitted to the office of the president for Alex Massakoy not contain Africa Graduate University. It does. So, use them for gain employment. Forget about that. Now we go to the close to 1,000 already where Mohamed and Babangura don't unleash our civil service. Now we police, now we bank them. 99.9% of them, they use that degree there for employment.
Yeah.
So Fula, they appoint them before getting PhD. But the law, Kelfala, make I tell you this one. The law, you know, for read the law word for word, how the law in meaning day. Lawyers, them, I am a trainee. But I don't write books in law. And I will tell you, and I train in international law, now the United Nations, Daniel University. Or to FBC, I train now United Nations, the university. So I know exactly what they talk about now. The law, then they call mischief. When you make an act, you act yourself, say, what in this act they try for prevent. Like criminality, they try for prevent. And luckily for me, and unfortunately for Kelfala, maybe they amend the acts of the anti-corruption. It beef up one particular clause there, where they call the undue advantage clause.
Right.
If 99.9% of the one day we already don't get this degree at bachelor's and master's level already, they work now bank, then now police, now military, now civil service, then go inside that civil service there and then side and there with that fake paper. Not to after they employ them. Say for example, my cousin Akenima from 3 now they stop, but he graduated with a bachelor's with Africa Graduate University, and he was about to enter the army.
And then later they make a chief. Then later they make a chief of defense staff. As
a cadet, you know, tell me say they don't enter there with their fake paper. So then they alone, you for arrest them and investigate them. For now, come out to Sovula when our police IG, look out to with head of the head of party of SLPP party in our parliament and the clerk of parliament. Them and they hold positions of trust.
Right.
The concept of undue advantage, Ben Kelfala, I remember on several occasions where Dr. Kandeyom Kela in PhD is very clean, very legitimate. And me na SLPP to the core, in fact, my grandpa na inform SLPP. So that person can't tell me about anything. Me mama side. When I ask the current minister of political affairs, he go tell me, say yes. That Dr. John Idriss Lahai, na mi big sister Bonam. And na we own papa, kande yom kela, na mi mama and brother. Na inside the house na Biledic Sin, Cambia. Na they inform am. So let us not can begin say, oh, I dey try for buying the SLPP or this or no. Some of una. Now after Madabio win, now I become SLPP. I was with him through the thick and thin. Madabio in England, you know, be president, they call me from Australia, would they talk? I was active in the SLPP and I remain active in the SLPP. I know one other party when I ask Sylvia Blyden. I told Mutmut and Eskorumai and so to a point whereby Kokoreo newspaper then publish all say Madabio send me go Venezuela for go buy arms and ammunition. Kapskanu na ask him. They go tell you now that John Idriss Lahai. So I need to talk this way for anything. Now when I come, when I hijack party, and I know they do one for political appointment. Right now, President called me say, they give $50,000 a month for Kanwu. I know they take appointment. I know one. I rejected 1, 2 already. So I established now which are the talk about now. I don't they was I Kandeyom Kela rose up in the well of parliament for make a statement. He make mention of indoctrinate studies, parenterally grab, he talk say, let Kandeyom Kela stop for bluff with him PhD after rolling back get PhD. waiting than they tell you, parenterally generate some form of enjoyment from that PhD the way don't get. He try for use and for silence a member of parliament, then they are undue advantage. So you get a clause in your acts. Why you not use them for arrest parenterally? Say yes, in as much as you were appointed clerk of parliament before you get this PhD, but you already don't use this PhD to your advantage. Why you not do that? So Fula wanted this PhD, now he don't come. Salo get panic bad. And would that president go and sack him for your underperformance? What president go do? The only way they go beg for Sovula, then go always they say, hey, pa, you know, say the man, I know the first IG now with history, we get a doctorate. And you know, man, you carry to free quality education, you there for book business. So they are look at that in PhD, they not sack him. That in PhD already don't give him undue advantage. So, my beloved president, you know, say I love you dearly. And I never left the SLPP for any other party. Why you not sack? Why you not relieve Sovula? That is the question. And combine them money all together, there are 5 questions where I'll be present to indicate Fala will make palava, you know, what cost yourself. Where I tell a word, we make palava. Yeah, of course, you self man cause. But later on, we palava done. I tell and say the 5 questions they will be asking are the 5 questions. Number 1 was Kelfala, the conferral of their fake degree also to the police boss and other top government officials, the right now inside Madabio in government. He give them any one of them undue advantage. I don't explain, I don't give no examples of undue advantage. Parenterally using his PhD for silent members of parliament, including Kande Umkela. Sovula using his PhD saying he's the first IG of the police will get a doctorate. For the fact that they pull a press release, for the fact that the man they write in document then they put them in and they na criminal acts. So waiting at the thing, why you no arrest them? Then the second thing is that the president will not say is slow for act. Now one of the main weaknesses then they, you know, just the act so no more. It's very slow. But I know say president go they think for sack, but who of him political appointees them. But we know say PhD get what they call political function. PhD they perform a political function. In a nation that is dominated by illiterate people, PhD is a political weapon. Person gets PhD, it's map. I'm a doctor, this one, you're gonna video, hey, the pardon can this one in Lambook today. Hey, this in degree heavy. You see the power don't can the pan so doctor them again in government. That's also doctor they again in government. PhD, they serve a political function. So now I assume say presidents go and sack any one of them based on their poor performance, because I tell you know presidential spokesman na radio 98.1 this morning that you they blame Ukraine. Ukraine don't get nothing for do with Salon economy. Waiting there for do with Salon economy now I fail for take into consideration. That is to say the people there put, because there is a direct relationship mathematically if I want to can do anytime on already I can do a mathematical model for now, because me na jack of all trade. We can sit down do a mathematical model. That tell us say person in degree, the study where you study, it gets a major impact on your performance. Where you get square pegs, you put them around holes, then they damage your economy, then they destroy the country. So President Bio's poor performance is based purely on the fact that most of the one day where they run government parastatals, director generals, you know, top civil servants, not to political appointment. But then the people in this president don't make a manifesto, they don't win, they don't turn president. They don't convert manifesto to policy, now then they implement them. Parliament make laws, the executive, when I say executive, not necessarily that executive, but not the president, or people can think about, but basically what I mean by that, the offices is the way they're under the president, civil service, they're under the president. So now the civil parliament, they make laws, civil service, they implement the laws. So they also, during the time of implementation, if the government want do thing not right, and people then feel aggrieved, and people then between themselves they feel aggrieved, the judiciary can able to come step in now and say which one want do it wrong. So now then they call separations of power, checks and balances. So if you get the one the way they implement government policy, they are mal-educated, under-educated, and get fake degree. What do you think say then they use?
Yeah.
So based on them poor performance, president go want sack them. But this idea say as person get PhD no more, it don't get sense pass all, it don't become a genius. Then they make presidents on tell president go think twice, say no, that no sack, I get PhD after all. If people learn see PhD them and me cabinets during campaigns on then go give ballots for me. So Kelfala, you be look at this where the undue advantage where they arise from this particular idea, say I get PhD and the political function where they perform. You know,
right, but yeah, so quickly, before even you go, Yanda, we don't establish that, then this now, whether the government want to do something or they don't want to do something left to them, but at least it open it out there for people. Now ask a question. Chiba, I'll get you there, I'll get you in soon. Firstly, for most of these positions, right?
Yes.
They take oath of office.
Yes.
Waiting at the oath of office, waiting is say the oath of office, waiting it for protect integrity, everything, right?
Yes, yes.
And serve the best interest of the country.
Yes.
So if people were supposed for you appoint them, it pleases His Excellency because of them people there and can take oath to them, God and the country and the Constitution for serve.
Yes.
But then you mislead the public the way they mislead them. So by publishing your fake qualification knowingly, intentionally, things that you paid for, you pay for them. Agree the Constitution not say you get for be doctor for let you be minister. You not get for get a first degree for let you be minister, but you lie. You lie. That in itself was not undermined because now, what did they happen? I just give me opinion. I don't know whether you agree with it. So what is happening now? This person is supposed to protect, an office with so much integrity. When I see him, the Inspector General of Police, the first thing that comes to mind is what? Fake degree under the mango tick. When the leader of government business go sit down at parliament for justify or make certain laws them, or try for justify why the government or they do certain things, I'll say, the leader of government business will me be so respect, but now he gets a master's degree from under the mango tick because now the bulk all one side. The clerk of parliament, we see how it manipulates, it push people here and there. We saw a fight between he and another member of parliament, Honorable Tawana 98.1, where then they argue on issues of integrity and corruption as well. So now how he would tell we say the administration of parliament not corrupt. Where I see and the first year the member I say, this get PhD under the mango tick. So it just not make sense. It undermine everything about the government. That's my take. I don't know whether you agree with it, Dr. Idriss Lahai.
I agree with you 100% because where, for example, you they go to court, you they go take an oath, you lie under oath, then they alone don't enough for send you go jail for a very long time. Lying under oath, perjury.
Yeah.
Some people are not in a perjury, not so. I swear to say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You know, say na 4 days, 9 kill Brima. Then you go lie, say no, na Saleh 9 kill Brima. Later, the court established say na 4 days, 9 kill Brima. Then they call you back to court. The judge can do in using discretion, but it is compulsory. They go using discretion on the length of time where they spend at jail. but it is compulsory for him for jail you. It is equal to the same thing. If judge they jail you swear in a Bible, you swear in a Quran, he jail you for that because you lie under oath. Why don't I go jail you when you lie under the Constitution? Because that is the Constitution that you swear on. This is the document that makes us who we are as a people. There is no two way about it. A constitution of a country makes a government legitimate. A constitution of a country sets the blueprint for let government operate. A constitution of a country gives meaning and identity to the people to say, yes, we are a democracy, to say, yes, we are a one-party state, to say, yes, we are this, but we are operating in a democracy. And a democracy is guided by waiting and they say, the rule of the law. You go take your hand, you put her on top the rule of the law, you lie. If judge sentence somebody for lie and Bible, then you lie pan the law. If me not judge, if they sentence that lie per Bible for 10 years, they send you go down for 3 million years.
So what is the difference, okay, between, remember I said them in parade, some teacher them under cutting tree.
Yes.
Because then they show picking them for, cheating exams. We don't see actually picking them, they don't arrest picking them, right? School picking them for, say, then they spy for past exam. So what is the difference between this and the one where they pay for get a paper? Because then, I don't know if you can do it for this group. Waiting happen where they left their was to go away? Is it because then you want to save the government, you want to save face, or it's just there is no crime there?
The difference, not two difference.
Mm-hmm.
The first difference, the one day where they pay degree, where they buy degree, Barantarawali, Sovula and others, they are wealthy people and at the same time, they are politically powerful. They get power. That teacher and that student who then put in a country tree, we all been in a renaissance. We criticize Kelfala. Me, I was so angry. And at the same time, I say, yes, it is fine for display the let corruption end in the country. But display them after the law don't take in your cause. It was fine for display because I hate corruption. It's fine for like display la make and clear to Fambule. I tell Kelfala, say, yes, it is okay to display them. But after they don't found them guilty, because for now we dey under a democracy where say, we say everybody is innocent until the law don't prove them guilty.
Mm-hmm.
So for display them prior to judgment, it was wrong. So the difference is that they want the way display them poor and then powerless. Then the second difference between them is that Kelfala is young, come up from humble beginnings, and as respecter for that particular thing that from humble beginnings, he strive to a builder be elected so. But Kelfala don't join the elite and not see poor man again as somebody of in status. So if you na poor man, if you get case with anti-corruption, in most cases 10 chances to 1, you go Pademba Road. Even if the option there for let you pay back. But if you get money, you say, oh, this one are elites. Now all then are the upper class na society. I give you option for pay back your money. Even if the law tell us say, jail this person here. Kelfala go insist on the father, no, not big man, no, something like that. Let's just pay the money back, Lord. Let's call bygone the bygone. But if na poor man, the clerk them, look the one there when a minor officers there within offices, they Kelfala they found guilty. When I know see 2/3 of them they go to jail, whilst the one there when a big people them, when a former politicians under APC, former present politicians, big man then directors them, past and present. Kelfala they give them the opportunity, let them pay back. But once you poor, you forgo jail.
Mm.
So now the difference is then that the Kelfala no, and I got no respect for person we poor. You see, say you are nothing. After all, he's being paid big money in salary. So you don't understand the suffering of the poor masses. As as that Nigerian comedian billionaire, they say, the poor masses. You know, yeah, Prince the billionaire. You know, yeah, Kelfala is the, you know, the billionaires. They at the billionaires club. So we catch poor man, you fall in trap, they deal with you. They don't care whether or not they deal with you, you're not just a victim. So then they lead me to the other point where I've been telling Kelfala.
Right.
Then people here so then get them fake PhDs there. So point 3 where I asked Kelfala was that when somebody gets a fake PhD where they go to the workplace, they imposing will on others. Once you don't get PhD, you then at the office, like you get bachelor's, people don't not respect you. Once you get PhD, they impose your will on others at the workplace, especially you subordinate. So now take for example, we don't get this management, this director general get fake PhD, they give instruction to the auditors or the clerk, you know, they deal with money at the office, say just put this check. But we anti-corruption acts go hold the clerk. But Kelfala and the lawyers, the way they prosecute the case, then they fail for realize the undue influence, perhaps the pressure whether clerk they under.
The director general.
Yes, until to the director general we make that blunder day. So you take that into consideration under the clause of undue advantage, Kelfala not one. Then those without degrees, those without fake degrees, then you just get bachelors. Don't suffer na FBC, IPAM Jala, don't get bachelors, join civil service. Are they intimidated by the one way they call it big degree, master's, PhD, to the point whereby then they become so timid and unwell, then they suffer from trauma, post-traumatic stress, you know, then it's continuously they under stress, depression, anxiety. Hey, me, I go back to the office today, my colleague will all be start school together and now look at a master's. That person they looking at the toxic relationship, the toxic work environment again as salon. That conferral of that fake PhD, like you get them after where they don't employ you. It already don't reinforce subordination in the mind of your co-workers then. Then they too fall under undue advantage.
And you name the change from your name to doc, now doc, prof, now the title then not anymore. They never call you by name, hey, doc the camo, prof the cam.
Yes.
That's what you get.
Yeah, doc the camo, prof the camo, doc the camo, yes.
Yeah. Hey,
so you want to tell me say, so Fula, or you want to tell me say somebody within a director general at the office, they don't employ him, he don't get PhD, all of a sudden now, hey, doc the camo, pa the cam. That trauma, that fear, that subordination, that spirit of subordination, that spirit of worthlessness, where they put some people them and they fall under the undue advantage. Then fella, you know, tell me, say you don't understand that law that much. Then lead me to the 5th question. Because of this feeling of subordination, complex, we then get Pandora, so then they will not get fake paper. They lost their mojo for work. Then become ineffective in the workplace because of the intimidating presence of the masters and PhD holders. They were not fake. Yes. And that they're not responsible for make President Bio fail the way how in government not able, because President talk and say, oh, we talk with the businessman that recently was that now I don't know most of them here. I go talk to me, you know, to the one that way they in China and develop policy for this. But President, the one that go develop their policy, they don't get real degree, sir. A fake degree. So the one them we get the real degree, we get the work, we do the work, we really sabi the work. They've been intimidated already, and they're not able to perform again. Then back don't become ineffective. So instead of we blame Ukraine, we just start yesterday. Now watch under we foot. The civil service, the public sector, including your office, where then they call, because as president now you get public sector reform unit. One woman did it. When a baby woman, he graduated from Africa Graduate University, and he used that degree there, forget that job there. And then people here, and they regulate with civil service. So by the end of the day, feeling the sense of insecurity, the sense of intimidation, and the psychological trauma, depression, anxiety, where the one that with real degree and they suffer, don't give undue advantage and space and willpower for let the one with fake degree for let it act as boss. Kelfala, you go tell me say this not fall under the undue advantage where you go employ for weed them out and jail them. Kelfala, Salon, big pass we all.
So
young.
Yeah, so no wonder they named the university Dominion, the power to rule, eh?
Yes, the first one, the power to rule. Yeah, the power to rule
over Israel.
The power to rule, they only don't give 6 PhDs. They don't give 7 honorary PhDs, 6 PhDs, 7 honorary doctorates. They don't give 17 masters and 17 bachelors. So their number is small.
Right. But what's make I bring them come up? What's make I bring them come up? There is something at play here. Okay.
Yes.
So they have arrested the one that way they na Dominion Christian University. So they say that they're not police, then they investigate them or they help police with investigation or whatever. Okay?
Yeah.
But now, then they make case, because when I say them, if the Anti-Corruption Commission boss don't become the spokesperson and defender of the people who obtain fake degrees, and they try to justify why they act not criminal, so you are protecting them in the first place. So they're also not going to arrest anybody who come out now African Graduate University. But you have arrested the few people there, and then they just come back to play. Yes, those people they don't commit crime, now Dominion, but is it because they are poor? You know, now it make you arrest them, and then they protect these other few where they wreak so much havoc. Now the country system, they help people. Bad laws, bad policies, you know, for let the country continue for go be let Pekin and continue for die in a hospital, Kumari and continue for die, Beleoman and continue for die.
And you know say pharmacists then they where African university, the Africa Graduate University don't get degree, nurses then they.
Right? No, you are joking. You are joking, Dr. Lahai.
No, seriously, pharmacists, nurses, they give nursing degree all. They don't give nursing degree around 50 right now where they tell you so. Mohamed Yamba Bangura don't give 50 nursing degrees. Pharmacists, they are not for talk. Boku, they don't graduate them.
Okay.
They don't graduate engineers.
I see one engineer and the list engineer, so like, no one that if Femiki said the engineer, they don't have to do a straight line as alone.
They don't have to draw straight line, but these are the guys where they get into. But you raise a very important issue about the protection of the Dominion people them where before say in total they not give degree way past 50.
Yeah.
But we are talking about Africa Graduate University, we don't give over close to 1,000.
Right.
President Bio, in majority in our parliament is very slim. You feel say if the Anti-Corruption Commissioner go arrest Matthew Newman, head of government business in the parliament, because immediately when they arrest him for fake degree, this and that, you feel say, what you really feel say that they go get him. It go, even if SLPP, the party will remain for maintain the lead, the numbers, whether 2 or 3 more, automatically the administrative hierarchy within the SLPP in the parliament has been destroyed. Because right now, for remember, say it is on a shaky ground.
Dr. Lahai.
Me own brother, Honorable Tawa, where I get so much love and respect for, because he's just like me. We are SLPP, but we are the radicals within our party. We know the look possible. We hide them. You tell we say can't apologize. You just waste your time. If I don't tell you word because you do wrong, you can say like I apologize. And they add more word back. Not feed we not care they. Right?
Right.
So they don't go then.
Yeah. So Dr. Lahai, I know they say possibly, now the right thing that's for you. That is the right thing. You understand? So make sure if you want for show equality, then if your government serious about fighting corruption and you be say no sacred cows, that is what should happen. But let's say that not happen. And Honorable Gevao was called to the Anti-Corruption Commission because he made a statement say, members of parliament, then they take bribe. Yeah? Then they call and later, they can push and say, if I apologize to parliament. So if you don't want to dismiss him, well, at least now he's your leader in parliament, the leader of the political party. Like I say, if it's Imam Potok now, he's a young man that I admire. Okay, I used to know him, then I see him. I've been lacking business, but when I see this, I'm really disappointed. I will not lie to you. So now when I see him, if it's Imam Potok government policies, all I see, I know they watch over my head, inside and they watch, hey, we leader of government business, now fake masters you get. So something other degree themselves fake. You understand? So I need to pay attention to what you need to talk. Honorable Parentally, where it come for can talk about how parliament they administrate, I'm not going to listen to that. All that they see, they get fake PhD. Idriss Lahai, if you go pull press release, as I any to get police crown, it doesn't have to be his voice, his face.
And the states.
But what I see is a fake and Inspector General of Police. That's what I see. So what he can do, he can tell Honorable Machinima, step aside, go BN, bring somebody else, let be leader of government business. So you not still take him away, but at least you save your government face. Because this person is going to be representing you any side, with other people there.
The problem here is that the president is for 2/3 of the time being kept in the dark. There is a network of people around the presidency. We don't compromise with beloved president. I go tell you now for free, that man, when he first began, that man prior to his presidency, that man was so committed. Me will be the talk. He was calling me. I be there South Australia and Adelaide. He was in England. Would they talk on the phone? They send me emails. They thank me for my efforts where they do, for expose most of the thing. And they write so many different articles in a Salon newspaper, and they use fake names for expose the APC. But Sylvia Blyden was a smart woman. He always knows that Dr. Lahai do this. She was always on the things that now you write this one. Because he know me writing style. I even try for change him, but he always they catch me. They can just left animal, but I not think he be the but sometimes me okay, hold on, he say me a political sniper. I know they take prisoner for me SLPP agenda. Right? You see Gevao, I'm Brookfield's brother. But sorry for say brother Gevao, you're a coward, seriously. Wait to make a respect Tawa a bold lion. And the cabal, where they keep the president in the dark, the president therefore really break that cabal, or else he is going to fail. Let's allow people who for sympathize with President Bioya. He is a victim of the one the way appoint. Like you appoint one man, you appoint 20 people for Kande around you, then 15 gang up, they beat you. You will appoint them. So now psychological beating, then they beat you president so right now. The one way they around them, they can't get that. They can't get that. They don't get the country as hard. No, they can't get that. They can't get that. And Kelfala, you're not supposed to be politically active, no. The president appoints you, but you for remain neutral. Be a neutral player. Gevao, you don't lost your mojo already, so need not day again. I didn't say spill milk, you need cry over it. So this is the problem.
Okay.
Removing Martin Numa as head of government business, go save President Bio the embarrassment. Sacking because Parantarali is not a member of parliament. He's a former member of parliament.
Right.
Sack Param, pull him out of parliament. He not belong there. Sovula Sakam, he not belong there. Recall that general or that brigadier Alex Ilogima massacre. Recall na Ethiopia, like na Africa Union, like come back na Salode, you retire dishonorably.
What else can defense advice than they give na Ethiopia right now?
And one thing where I want, if Kelfala they try for deny, say them people here, most of them directors they are so do not use them, degrees them, where president they appoint them. Okay. Before then they appoint you, they tender you CV to the office of the president. Right. Now we get a copy of their CV, then they will see whether or not then degree that they were listed. If they are listed, arrest them and charge them to court. Send them to jail for a very long time. Not supposed to be Chief Maggie when they send 5 years. 10 times people they are destroying the economy. Not to Ukraine cause the economic hardship. Now the poor management. When you get person where big fool, you put on for manage your economy. What did they do? Now intimidation. Now then they intimidate other people. When my wife be they do PhD now Australia, he go to salon for go conduct field work. Because he write on woman business. He go to Ministry of Social Welfare. You can't believe it. I know we'll call names. My wife said she was so shocked and surprised that the one they were going to interview, where they ask them question, then they say, wait, your law search the internet.
That's so true.
Yeah. You na civil servant, you na director, you na senior civil servant. You na minister, you na deputy minister. When they ask you, you say, okay, wait, let's search the internet. Really? President Bio, this is why you're failing. Right. This is why you are failing, because the people that when a civil servant, the people that when a ministers, they empty and they brain them. Now few I go pull say they're smart, they get sense. Like my small brother, although it won't fit me, but then they don't say to Lana when David Senge, he's a brilliant young man. The minister in our minds, Timothy Kaba, he's a brilliant young man. I get so much respect for that, for Timothy Kaba. Oh my God. Timothy Kaba, he's brilliant. He knows what he do. Then he gets the experience.
Yeah, Dr. Lai, but then few brilliant heads, then they're not able to let show the president the light.
They're not able to show the president anything. Wait a minute, they're not able to show the president one thing. We have to understand one thing: the culture of the SLPP. Okay. Now we go back to 1951. When me young grandpa, me mama and papa, they don't appoint a leader of the SLPP. Now I say no, they left in chieftaincy, like Billy Dixon, for can be chief minister, later on prime minister. Now then give power to Albert Magai. When they give power to Albert Magai, Dr. Samsu Mustafa and other Ali Kalimodu and other chiefs them, they say no, Piki no the lead in big one. Then pull power and Albert Magai and they give Milty Magai when are the big one. So that culture of big one, for respect big one within the SLPP is still there. So you don't go expect Timothy Kaba when a brilliant young man, David Senge when a brilliant young man, forget influence over the adults them or the big man they way don't feel say because of age, the bobo them for take a back seat and listen to them. No.
Okay, don't understand that. Let's bring T-Boy coming. T-Boy, we don't hear Dr. Lahai, we don't all here. You don't listen keenly, T-Boy. And I want for you get for say from all in presentation today, in comments them, and he call names. He's bold enough. Very few people will get mind for do that. And I believe say for there he get the got for do our platform and other platforms, consistently, he definitely get proof, because we don't see say now somebody where you get a PhD, sober PhD, not to the round that the man go tipo, or they buy $5,000 or $2,000. But then they not proof. You understand? You need just say anything you get for proof what you they say and try for convince people. So what do you take so far, T-Boy?
I want to say thank you to Dr. Lahai, and I believe say this kind of knowledge we don't give it today in terms of assessment of degrees in Sierra Leone. It will clear the mindset of so many Sierra Leoneans. The way we don't get a lot of
your audio they make some shuffling noise. I don't know why.
Clear now. But I believe say also Salon gets a culture, and that culture they before begin try for not eradicate them totally and entirely, but try for review them as we go along and make this kind of new transition in the way how we want for review them. One, not of us say we not get people and we get brain as salon. To be very honest with you. And I believe say some of the graduates then we don't go buy them fake degree they are. So to be honest to you, some of them get some amount of credible knowledge, I would say. When I say credible knowledge now, some people that we have to get some kind of substance in them. But now the notion of authoritative stance the way they want to take with their degrees, now impossibly don't mislead them into so many things in a way they don't compromise their integrity for. One thing where me believe now, Salon, if you hold public office, any form, and you not make yourself accountable to that public day, I don't trust you in anything that you do anymore. That's one. Two, if you hold a public office, you're not honest within your household, within your own circle of people that you're dealing with, and you hold a public office, I think you should not hold a public office. I don't care whether anybody agree or disagree. I don't care whether that person they be. But if you're not honest to yourself and you run a public office, how can you be honest to that public? So as far as me concerned, the degree level at which we don't go to salon, like I said earlier on, the entry level for anything at salon are masters. And if we can remember, this is an ongoing thing where possibly don't happen even within the conference of Sierra Leone Fabe College itself. Not to say that something new. Because inside Fabe College and other institutions that we're going to salon, we don't see so many people that don't come up with degree and they were not able to even complete a simple sentence. Whether they go to classes or not, whether the African kind of structure we then get with this new college, whether then they go to class and then they mark them, but then they mark them, but then they actually see the grades them, but no side the transcript and they go and everything. So it only happen for some time. And the funny thing I'm going to say to you in a salon, you want for 50 me, you know, so I get degree. We've seen that a lot. Possibly up to 10 years ago, the most common thing will be happen at salon until now, you don't begin to see small because there is a very massive leak out way come against them that the lawyers in Sierra Leone. Quick, don't say me a lawyer. That was 10 years ago. That was the first thing they would say to you. Who do you talk to? I know the lawyer, not say me a lawyer. Okay, but being a lawyer not necessarily means that they talk about accounting, you for sabi accounting because you're not a lawyer. Or if we talk about construction, you for know what construction because you're not a lawyer. So we actually take them position they are so and entitled they are so and mislead others then we know able to understand. Just like the doctor say, you got a population when are 90% illiterate. For example, not what I say illiterate, now educational illiteracy in get so, but they're not illiterate per se.
They're not full.
They're not full. So they basically not got no educational background, no GCSE, no WAS, no Becker, no nothing. But they are smart in their own ways. But for as long as you're able to forget that right salon, you know, boombe. They take it like you're not
nothing not count for you.
Nothing, not the way they say we're meaningful, just because you not get that sometimes GCSE or WAS or Becker or whatever you might call it. To the extent now that if you not go FBC, me at some point I was tempted to go to FBC. Not for national, just for this kind of same mentality, when the carrying the age say, you not go FBC, so then are you. Again, people attended the Prince of Wales, the Bow School, the high school, the grammar school, the whatever school, just because of the title of those schools. Not necessarily mean say they get that kind of knowledge though. But people want to feel belong. They want to be part of society.
We will go out to that and take to see you.
Exactly. Last week I asked you like a joke, so Juma, how school you go? I tell somebody today, say, I am not that clued up on social media. Because you come up with the label. Because I mean, they look at them and say, okay, I need to forget certain information. And so they ask me, say, so who say you they put all the information and then I can talk about on the program? Well, we'll not get degree, we'll not get PhD, we'll not get masters, we'll not get nothing. But it just shows how much or how far will they take them thing there so into high consideration. So if now I get somebody who gets PhD, they can't talk to me, waste some time enough for to get a fake degree, Now, the two things where they can happen now, they can't prove a point. I'll make a typical example, the Milini Vanilli era, where they say they can't sing, they were miming for years and get so much accolades, they win so much Emmy awards and whatever you might call it, so much awards, that particular era. Only for realize they were not the ones singing, they were miming. Now it becomes difficult because they have to prove a point. So now what they can see now for all them fake degree holders they are now trying to come and prove a point to us for say yes, they get the education where people in fit in not get.
So Tibo, somebody just put right now, so and for Dr. Lahai as well, just for make the point what they say earlier. They say Honorable parentarily enter Parliament yesterday for the swearing in saying of the, they do by elections now constituency 073, so swearing of the new member of Parliament. And the crowd, they welcome a year, Dominion year. So just wait till they talk. So he was there to conduct official, formal, and serious business, but people are not taking him seriously.
They will not.
The issue of integrity. So why do you have to leave that person at that position there? Get rid of this person, put somebody else, and push him bien. I'd like to take another example, T-Boy. You see, because I think, I don't know whether people in the pick and choose, or you have certain people that way get so much power against the other. The Attorney General, the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice, was sacked. Why? Because they say a prisoner where then give the letter, then give clemency or whatever, amnesty, you understand, presidential pardon, and pull him, right? So he left. But we ask a question. What's happened with the Minister of Information and Communication, where been then at the scene, where Seth Go Dae, you understand? But later I can't say he not been no, he just participate. What about the people that have been sit on that committee, including the Inspector General of Police?
Yeah.
Now then in that committee, they when give that man the amnesty, but they left them all, but then sacked just one person. So you don't see things?
Well, again, we go say partial, differentiation, then they try for select and do selective amnesia in the different way they sack and the different way they employ. But the other serious thing we I feel to say now, one of the biggest problem where all them fake degree so don't cause us alone. Now, one, I am now going to be employed as public servant, for example, and they mean a permanent secretary. And just imagine this, the permanent secretary is supposed to be the one running the administrative structure of any of those sort of institutions. For example, well, I would say. Yeah, so basically, if that permanent secretary not gets the credential for run anything with administration where you get for deal with for the rest of that period they get for the, what happens to the ministry?
The question we Dr. Lahai have asked.
What happens to the ministry? So now look at all the ministries that we don't fail in our salon.
And we're seeing the impact on the people, the 7 million people, that bad decision by the person we don't know what for do they make. So well, people
they look like well, me that they take and make joke because to be honest, few names them, we don't get the leader of government business on this platform on a serious discussion about issues in parliament. Yeah, I have so much respect for him, but guess what? At the end of the day, I was not satisfied with his explanation then because I know for sure not everything that he was saying is not true. But guess what?
Wait to make you not satisfied?
no, we are. Because I wasn't satisfied with his means of interpreting what was happening in parliament because I knew it wasn't true. So you they blatantly tell me things where possibly I see and read about every day that the structures of parliament, but you telling me otherwise.
Person when us have been nothing, he go get fake degree. For maintain that degree, they lose his soul to the devil. They become a pathological liar.
But that's what I'm saying.
It lie so big that as soon as you want begin try for challenge and with a lie, it become aggressive.
Aggressive. That is exactly what I'm saying.
As soon as they become aggressive, then they try for dominate the thing. If they're not able to dominate the thing, then they go personal. If they're not able to go personal with you, when you come on at the studio, if Nasalo you there, make sure you stay at the studio till the day done.
The same for let them go.
I totally agree with you on that point because I exactly that role that become.
I know these guys. I know these
exactly
guys.
what I was going to say.
And that was why they ganged up against me for me not to be appointed for the position where they call me say make a camp for can take. Because I was going to weed them out of this government.
So tell me, you were supposed to be appointed and offer you a position? They
did. They called me. I was in London by then. They called me, say, can't take position, and gang up, go meet Professor David Francis. By then he was chief minister, and Professor Francis was like, then gang up, I say gang up, not a one man, a cabal. Then passed them 7 of them. Senior advisor to president, he got ready for testify to that. They ganged up on David Francis. Then go meet me in the house, tell me, say, David Francis, say, not communicate with them directly, go they communicate with them. And the leader of that particular gang there was Edward Kamara, when I'm a director general in the State House. Then gang up against me that I should not be director of policy, planning, and strategy in the office of the president because they knew I was going to get tough. They ganged up, and that position never became fruitful. After I don't sit down about 7-8 months, and then come meet me now. Well, Chief Minister David Francis say make you go back overseas. Job not there for you. That prompted me for write an email, a letter to David Francis say, I was gainfully employed making over $100,000 after tax overseas. After tax. Making over 100,000 after tax overseas. When I pull me come, I don't see the 8 months now they tell me say, make I go back overseas, job not again for me. Yeah, and then that very minute, and Professor Francis called me in my office. Now he say, but that money tell me say you don't fly, you don't go back many months ago. Now I say, but that money I would see every day. Emmanuel, this Edward Kamara. Now me and him be the attend, how they call this Winners Chapel. I they see every Sunday. Abubakar Masali na host because I get me a host, but when they call me emergency, I rent time, I not be able to pull tenant day. Now host now can rent, pay thousands of dollars. Now host I rent. Why this man will go tell now? They will can't tell you say Professor Francis say me don't go. He say when I saw they tell me, but you back nobody they communicate with me. Now I say pa, you busy and I don't want to take care of it in. Now I say you know play nobody at the position. What you Edward come out and do? Then call me in a corner. They say Chief Minister say for seat exam. Plastic. The State House will they try for develop a policy for get rid of plastic. They make I go sit exam. My brother, for develop policy, not to 1 month or 2 months or maybe 6 months work done day.
Yeah. So no,
they go set exam for me. They go set exam for me for let I write a policy on how government for get rid of the plastic. They start away person they drink water, I forget rid of them. A policy way for take 6 months, them man and they make a crack me brain. I able developer in 1 hour. I handed it over to them. Sometimes I ended finally hand over to president.
Now I just say so they use your brain now for free and make policy for them for good.
Yes. Then later on now, then go back to Professor Francis, go tell and say, let send me go to Ministry of Development, let go be director. Abubakar Masali can me host with a form, we get the list of directors them, now the ministry, and tell me say, can take, pick any director position where you want among this list and take them. I say, me a young man, I need money, but this is wrong. Advisor to president was present inside David Francis in office, chief minister by then. When I told them that this is wrong, you don't appoint me to a civil service position of a director and not sit exam and not apply for them and not compete with other people. I said I was not going to accept that appointment.
So then
advisor to president was present.
You say like you do team, choose any ministry where you want now so take.
Yes. Any director position where I want to take, I go be director there. I say, now point to them. I say, but under the form, he say people have to go collect from a public service commission. So why should I go meet a minister for go take a top civil service position and go become a director? I said, this is not the change we want. To me, mama engraved, to me picking their life, to me own life, to this first month, make Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make a die right now if I like them people and they. I refused. Advisor to president was there in his presence. In his presence. I refused that you guys will not corrupt me. You will not corrupt me because this is a civil service position, not a minister. They go meet for accept position of that. So, honorably, when I don't put me by me work overseas, I don't consider on 8 months. I left me work overseas with Bele. Now they can't tell me because I don't want to get director of policy position at president in office. Now they can't tell me say I go take director position na Ministry of Development. I say I know they take the appointment day. David Francis became angry. He say he don't intervene now because he been try for behave like Combra inside that meeting day. Professor David Francis been try for behave like Combra. He said, for me, oh what now, for me, oh respect. You're not supposed to yell, you're not supposed to be angry, you're not supposed to. I said, but I get for be angry. Because we fought against the APC for pulling a power, the same rubbish. When we pull APC in a power, the same rubbish when they can present before me, Dr. Lahai, let a job protocol, go be director because of money. Waiting, really? David Francis became angry with me. I therefore write another note back. I get the letter them. I not delete nothing. I write to them, I apologize, say I'm very sorry the way I behaved to you in your office. I said, but I was angry because this is not what we stand for in SFPP. This is daylight corruption. So now so they give position in this country. So when person come, when I just tell us say go be director, and I go, no wonder Mother Bio they fail. David Francis not go deny this why they talk so. Advisor to President for Governance, Dr. Emmanuel Gaima, was present. I became so angry, tell it for last slap person. So I refused to take that appointment. That the Kabad, you don't gang up. I feel like for Professor Francis. Now that they make the money, the man not be able to focus. Because it was a cabal where they don't get another office day. Anybody who wants appointment, just go to the office of the chief minister. Now then they send you say go yonder, go yonder, go yonder. So it's a lot of people are not ready that they send me one position. No, this is Dr. Lahai. I stand for integrity. When I call them, when I go to State House, when I talk to Edward Kamara, the man go set exam for me. Policy will take us until 6-7 months. I will crack code. I write a very powerful policy. I hand over within 1 hour. So if I was close to the president, Madabio for don't succeed. But they tried to corrupt me. I refused. So most of them, Director General there, there's Sofula and others. This is how they got their appointment. This is the nastiness. This is the rubbish where they take place, where then people are not trying to destroy the SLPP. I cannot be corrupted. I swear to the Al-Quran, where they talk so, it happened. Inside the office of David Francis, chief minister by then. This was around I don't know the other, but it was either around 2019 to 2020. So then blacklist me. Then go to the website in a State House, then delete the Directorate of Policy. NPR system, who was Director of Policy in a State House? It was Tijan Kaba. Later on, when he become president. Under Anes Koroma, who was Director of Policy? It was Professor Strasser King. Even when I go to State House, 2019-20, the domoto they send at my office, assist Strasser King. In name they still at the tag. So after they don't blacklist me, then go to the website of State House, Office of the Chief Minister, then delete the Directorate of Policy. So if they don't delete the Directorate of Policy, how you think Semara Biogo succeed? Now nastiness no more, and they continue. Cabal, wrong people are in the wrong place. So I refuse to be corrupted because of me, then delete the whole directorate. And I've been waiting for an opportunity for say this to the people of Sierra Leone. So if you sit down and they think say me they expose them because I want position. I was making around $13,000 equivalent every month after tax. That did not include per diem. The director of position they want to give me a State House, Director of Policy and Planning. Then pay me tails until I therefore $5,000. When I talk to Dr. Gaima, Dr. Emmanuel Gaima, who is head, senior advisor to president for governance. He was present in that meeting. When I refuse that, I cannot be corrupted by these people. You don't appoint me to a director position and not go. I say, I need to go to minister, I go to public service commission, I go take the form. I apply just like anybody else. Una set exam, I pass them. Una interview me, I pass them. Una give me the appointment, I go take them. David Francis will not deny this. It happened in his office, in his presence.
So, is it
I wasted thousands of dollars while in a salon, then do them here. So if I refuse a position of a director because they want to employ me in the wrong way, salon people them. I'm not thinking now I go compromise myself or expose them. I feel for my country. I got a 14-year-old daughter. I carry it and salon the picking within 2 days. He say, for come back salon. I not be a person buy tickets back who come out. Now the country, this country, this all want to picking there who born overseas and afraid for even go home. Let us try to build the country where we want. I cannot be corrupted, and I'm not exposing these guys because I want position.
Dr.
The things
Lahai,
are going on is very wrong. President Bio, take charge of your presidency. Take charge of your state house. Get rid of so many people. I don't want appointments. Not give me, but I will remain true. I will remain far.
Even if you want appointment, that is not a crime. Okay, firstly. Secondly, even if you see something where you're able to contribute, you say you want for lobby, for let them give up, it is still not a crime because it's a duty. We always ask, say we want the right people them for them at the right place for do the right job. That is how we move our country forward. So it is nothing. So this is a separate issue. You highlighting corrupt practices, dubious fraud, dubious activities and fraud where they happen. You don't get nothing for do whether you go ask for a job, whether they promise you a job, whether you want a job. The issue, is it happening or is it not happening? It is a fact that where government officials
I was in London. I was in London in my brother's house. Idris Palmo, in his palo. We call come in from State House, that come immediately. You can't believe it. Because of the urgency when they call me, I got a flight from London. I go Burkina Faso because there was no direct flight by the time when they called me. Tickets were supposed to buy $2,000. I pay close to $7,000 because the winding way our pass. I fly go Burkina Faso, commodity fly Nigeria this one. I left on a Thursday. I reach on a Sunday. Then on a Tuesday, I meet them. Chief Minister by then, David Francis, Bookman, he said, okay, when I go show Dr. Lahai in office, introduce him to Director General Edward Kamara. Edward Kamara then give me CV, he see him, all of a sudden, he say, oh, trouble for me.
And you know it's not the problem? You CV not under the mango tick. You not be understand.
Yes, it's not under the mango tick.
So
and I tell them, not for just book business, not for just write the book. If you see Magufuli in Tanzania able to perform the way I perform, so I was behind the scene. If I can do it for Tanzania, I able to contribute for the cleaning up of their civil service. I able to contribute to economic remodeling of the government. Magufuli in Tanzania succeeded. Una feel say enough will be able to succeed for my country, Sierra Leone. I will be able to succeed more than that. But this half-baked, uneducated people can't sit on around with president. He was popular when he became president. At least 70% of the people of Sierra Leone, at least, were either sympathetic or against the APC, in as much as not everybody was favorably, in favor of the SLPP, but they just wanted the APC to go. But where President Bio come, this cabal where they operate, decide for distort appointments. Appointment is no longer based on merits. They try for rubbish demanding government. Now they don't put President Bio by explanation. Keketoma, when I spokesman for president, the incompetency of the people we don't go cabal, we don't go appoint the wrong people. They don't make Keketoma don't talk economist. lawyer. Now they go educate people on economics. Now radio 98.1. Now what thing do? In the time for provide economists, they talk about lipstick, they talk about chewing gum, they talk about this wire, say you don't go buy them, but the customer tell you say the heel where you been buying, it not come, but you give other products them. That is nonsense. You don't get no economic value. I told him, Keketoma, forget about Ukraine. Ukraine impacts. Now America sanction Ukraine. America not stop will not go buy fuel now Ukraine. Because Germany self where they all two do the sanction together. Germany still they buy fuel. Waiting at the problem now under we foods, we civil service, the public service, the big director general them, some of the minister them now fake degree they get. And what do you expect? There is a direct relationship between academic credentials where represent competency, because it made them they say when you apply put your degree. Because they believe, say, education gets a direct relationship to your competence for write policy, for write so-and-so document, for do so-and-so thing, it gets a direct relationship. So if you don't get somebody where in credentials is faulty, you feel, say, in performance. Because credentials, mathematically speaking, it gets a direct correlation. The one that we do mathematical economics. We always tell you about the tie. Competence, they impact productivity. When our performance. Performance, they determine by output. If you say you get a PhD, they gave me an exam for last 6 months, state house where they don't gang up, then they do all kinds of for strain me.
The Dominion was a plastic exam.
Yes, 6 months. Policy where you see, you write in 6 months. They make her write a policy for government in 1 hour. If I was half-baked, I'm not even able to put pen and paper. There were people in that meeting. Professor David Francis became sympathetic, but he vexed by me because I vex, I yell. He said, but this is not state house. I said, brah, ain't got no more. But if somebody one can try for corrupt me, me family name, me mama, Fatukonko Kamara of Bekeloko, it made me fine. It made me fine. Look in brother them. Can they kela?
And you grew up in Brookfield.
I grew up in Brookfields. I able maintain my status in Brookfields. I not smoke jamba, I not drink rum. Ebo. Now where I don't go land book, I don't get a doctorate. I don't land book. At that time I was halfway through my second PhD. I was halfway through my second PhD degree. Now me go consider somebody maybe we get a degree with Africa Graduate University. Now they can't tell me how for contribute to governance. Go normally go be director. How they send you? I refuse, and I became bloody. That day, if one be near me, something that day, Chief Minister said, then for don't call police for me. David Francis for don't call police for me. Let them arrest me.
If I don't call police for you, I for don't call IG Subula for you.
I for don't slap one because it was so wrong. I not be expect that. For say I spent close to $7,000 for just fending me way no more. Sleep in a hotel where they are this one, for kind of country, they all of a sudden a non-entity, an half-baked, they can't direct me life for me. Me mama in training way give me, I for stop up and to am because of SLPP. I join. And me papa from party, and me grandpa from party. I not go betray that trust. I will take them because by the end of the day, if SLPP come on a power, I want to maintain my voice. If I criticize APC, let everybody know.
So somebody asked now the chat, he say, ask you, say if a different government offer you an opportunity for serve a strategic position for direct the country if you go do one, other than the SLPP. I not just the rush into acceptance of appointments. I'm comfortable where I am. I'm making more money than waiting government go give.
before I go accept any appointment, give me. I know they read manifesto seriously, because na rubbish after elections. Manifesto no matter again. Waiting matter now na policy. I know just jump into accepting appointments just like that. Say okay, no, just can't be this. No. That's not how I operate. Let them don't continue for us 1 year. Let's see how the trend they go, because I am smart enough to understand body language. If you politician during election, which you they talk is A, B, C, D, then after 1 year into governance, you begin talk 1, 2, 3. Then they automatically nothing for me for liable understand. If during election you they listen to people them, then after election you wanna go on TV, you just they curse anybody no more. Oh, set him out and this one, not talk this one, and that is the problem. I want if I go there in any government, like there in a government where they listen, not a government where combative. Ministers they combative, and I always they tell them maybe I'll get an opportunity one day for meet with Rado Suare, a Minister of Information and Communication, for tell and say maybe if we change the name of a ministry, we call them Minister of Listening, so that you able to understand the essence of being a Minister of Information and Communication. Governance is not party politics. Governance is something where it's a blueprint, but the blueprint, it is fluid. The blueprint, it is flexible. The blueprint should based on the inputs of the people. Every day you live, you get new inputs. If we don't talk something on manifesto, after election manifesto, no matter again. A policy now, no matter. Now your policy then I for determine, I get for take to the people them, say yes, look the report card. Look me exam paper. Now this I be say I do, now this I don't achieve, now this I don't, now this why I left. Do ya una give me back another time. But how you go take you exam paper now to the people them, where you be then a governance, you know they listen to them. Now one thing, me na Kumbra, I get speaking them. I love me picking them like tomorrow no day. Juma you na Kumbra, you picking the run to you take tick, you tell us if you talk at the patayu. Anytime when you pick you open mouth, you say if you open your mouth, I beat you. When you picking talk, you say but you talking a rubbish. One, you picking go trust you. Two, you picking go take in your own belief and idea, it go easily be corrupted by somebody else. So if you see Yamba, Mohamed Yamba, Bangura, you know, became corrupt after Alpha Woody don't try for pull up from corruption, for the form them fake university them, it remained corrupt. Now because of the structure of the system where they make, where they operate in. So government listen to people them, including opposition. When I sit on a TV, you as minister, when I talk, say when any police where opposition talk, they not hate you, right and wrong. Say okay, now since you don't give you, they try go put some back in place. Let's see. If within the time of implementation you get a snack, but can they during that will be make that TV discussion. It is very important point. Yeah, come to office speak, but let's see what they do. Can they come to office? He give you in blueprint say now this and this as it. So okay, how you want to go about it? He show you. By the end of the day, during campaign, can they no will tell if that policy they succeed? Can they you already don't defeat them in one way? Can they no go say na me give them the sense for do am, but they go say but not to the government in a power. Government go able to use that sense then now. So that is it. Opposition they present themselves. Use them for disarm them. Pull the sense where they get. Use the sense. Succeed for your own governments. The problem with me party is we know how for win election, but we also be how for keep power. You don't try to be combative against your enemy. You don't learn or call an enemy against your political opponents. Immediately after election, try for manipulate them. They pull all in sense where you get. You use them to your advantage. You use and you succeed. After where you go now, if you want to go begin to go say, hey, this policy has on me make up, but they will say, you know, opposition, I make up. Then it means I will say, hey, I may succeed for do. Automatically, you don't disarm them. What to make Australia? They don't get one prime minister now from 2000 and almost over 7-8 years. Then they change them because in England, apart from recent time in America, let's talk about the Scandinavia, Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Australia, and the other side. When then a parliament and they talk, the opposition, they kind of brilliant idea, government, they teach that idea, the government, they call them, then join forces, they make it succeed. As it succeed now more doing campaign, the prime minister, they say, you see me governments, I wouldn't build this road. But the idea come out from opposition. But opposition not going to claim ownership because not in their power. So you see the opportunity where opposition and they present to party. If I was director of strategy, if I was director of policy planning and strategy in a state house, I for make sure say I use the opposition as an instrument for the success of the SLPP. Or you as minister, you go, hey, but come out now. You see what you don't do, you then call the law, say you're a minister of trade and industry. Then go tell you, say, let's talk about how rest don't go up. Then you begin to talk about free quality education. Oh, paddy man, Sandy, you know me brother. Waiting trade and industry get for do with free quality education. That then a senge in your part, bro. That senge can't talk about free quality education. If you now you're in charge of transport and aviation, yes, you go say for the transporting of students them, but then they say if they're under local council now, bruh. Local council and then charge for the transportation of school picking them. So if they can't tell you about transport, say, put that then dilapidated in the streets, then they do well, people and they die too much from road accidents. They ask you for solution. You say, you see, we don't succeed already, we don't get free quality education. What education get for do with road accidents, bruh? And this problem not just there with SLPP. APC team will remember. Then go ask Minister of Education, but wait to make lecturers and they strike. Then he say, "Oh, we not see the road the way and escroma they make." APC team, any minister where they ask, like na Minister of Foreign Affairs. How you the running ministry? House and embassy? Then they we don't make road them.
Infrastructure development.
SLPP now then APC now road them. Pakabai you turn infrastructure. We don't build institution. Rest no do, but we don't see we don't make NASIT. We don't see we don't create this government agency. We don't come with NRA. We don't come with this one. So any particular candidate handle one thing where they don't do. Every minister now that you for use. Then they show the incompetency of the one the way they become in. They're not going to appoint me Minister of Trade. I begin to talk about free quality education. Did they ever talk about that day they let President Sakru? You cannot not on my portfolio. And I for make mention of that. Trade and industry, I for they talk about trade. I they talk about industry. How many industries that I don't come with? I go to work with the Ministry of Education, yes, for make sure say we train people for fit the new industries that why they come with. Talk to them. Go meet Minister of Education. Say, this syllabus, we want to do history. We want to study about Baibure. We are on a Twitter that day. We don't need Baibure again. We want to make now something we got for do with invention. Computer this. So I don't work with the Minister of Education. Then I be here and they come na TV. I can't talk about Tamu. Because I'm not supposed to talk on that. Because I get to the call secret. So I come here, yes. This industry they don't come and we don't get the workforce for them thanks to the Minister of Education. So by then I don't support them one way or the other. I'll go meet the universities there now. I do them. I don't meet this one. I don't talk to Minister of Trade. So this particular road law make new road where that for only trucks them. Where they come up from this industrial area for Canada, for Freetown, for Go Kenima, so that they no go there by traffic. Was I put and taxi then the day. So what are able to do me your way as Minister of Trade?
Dr. Lahai, you don't give them free class now, so right now, free strategy, free planning, free policies, all night long. Just like how they go take you water. They go
take me water policy. And go take me water policy. Tell them for spend 6 months. They make her go suffer. Go do inside 1 hour. That thing they want crack me head. That's why I see also that's how I go able to crack this. I go able to crack this. Me wife not near me for kiss me. I go able to crack this. Where the sense go come out? I said they go put me in a tight room back. Then guy them bado.
So they sweat. So tell it's not be there now.
Sweat so. That's why they sweat so. I open the paper. I can computer back on auto pen and paper. Computer. What's how the sense go come out? I know one day use that computer day. So me typing because I type fast. I've been type fast type. I type too fast. But it like you the faster, it like you the type like Concord jets. For the first time when they sit on a new computer, we're not to you young. The kids they all you don't know whether on a Chinese computer or anything, you they slow back. And I was trying to beat the time. I was trying to beat the time for fall within 1 hour. I developed that policy. Looking at the problem.
And Dr. Nene not there for kiss.
Dr. Nene was not around. You know, I begin to look at the problem. So, okay, waiting at the problem, waiting at the magnitude, waiting at the legal, the legal reasoning behind it. Where to go use in terms of international law, in terms of local laws there to justify this policy, and whose community they will go target. How we able to make less Sierra Leoneans them, the poor community, they are uneducated. How we able to try to get them for be participatory. Law form plastic clubs. The more community worker it's plastic, that then go win. Where they win, okay, we know they give them money, but we'll tell them say, okay, wait till now want. Community engage, they say one school, government build last school day. Then they create competitiveness behind it. Everybody go and say no now. This time around, Lunge na then go win forget that plastic. Before 1 year, you don't clear Freetown of plastic.
Doctor, let for tickle me, please.
Doctor,
it made me think about all the strategies that we will put on a paper for them in 1 hour. Don't start later, they can tell me, say, Lago be director on the other side. Criminal acts.
Yeah. Not tickle me, not start a whole program, but, you know, anyway, where people and they talk the same language, it's so easy and sweet for listen. Go over to T-Boy, then Femi said, go get ready. And then we can't sky for left, you not keep you all net.
Doctor, one question. Somebody from YouTube they ask, say, say the president don't say in any work puts anybody where they close to. How you feel say this policy go work, or how you feel say this strategy go work, where you get the wrong people around and we will not foresee not qualify, but now the people are very sabi.
Well, that particular statement where President Biggie was implied in the sense. Possibly sabi, they mean that possibly competent. Take it or leave it, people and they criticize President Bio, saying PhD faulting, PhD, yes, it was Bradford. As president may not know whether or not they don't confirm or they don't confirm, whatever it is, but he was a genuine PhD student. He go to in final year, he submitted, he go to in Viva Voshi, for an oral defense. So after defense, automatically, now dates no more then go set for hand over your PhD to you. Waiting be initially mean because I had discussions with him sometime in 2017. I be in South Australia and Adelaide. What did President Bio mean by that? That Uda there I go work with where Asabi, not by Uda Asabi by face. Uda competent like Uda like-minded, educationist. Possibly where Asabi say if I put her at this place, he go able to perform. Now that they be mean. But today in a society where 70% are illiterate, then out of the 70%, 70% are illiterate, then you put them aside, then you put them back inside the mathematical equation. 90% are functionally illiterate. Functional illiteracy means you get a degree, but you are functionally unable to use it. In the sense that you get ball, but you don't get foot for kick 'em. So now that the functional illiteracy mean. Then you get a society where 100%, that is everybody, they look at words, they interpret them how the word they. You understand? And then they use words, say this word imply. Creole, where you talk word in English. In interpretation in Creole is very, very different. You understand him?
Yeah.
The context they change. So when President Bio mean I'm in English that those that I know, people they were competent. When you break that those that I know, you talk and Creole, say the one they were sabi, they don't come to family business and party business.
Nepotism.
You don't come, you already don't water down, you don't destroy the very essence of the word, those that I know. It's no longer understood in the very, very important academic context where President Biobi mean. They water and down to a context where really crazy, where nonsense. You know, all man, they say now President said one day we know him, and this. No, that was not what he meant. But now we come on that side, and now we put that in the down. Now we put that in the down. You understand them? President Biowe become president. The first way for do for us, not to for just go inside Motokago na ministry and see who that don't can work. No, sir. 8 o'clock. That was a wrong method. Go there 3 o'clock afternoon. Cargo basket. Then you ask everybody where this person here in file. If they working at this ministry in file, look in file, put under the basket. Go study them. You then at this Ministry of Defense. Now we say you then at Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Or not put Foreign Affairs. Let's say you don't work in the Ministry of Agriculture because it's very important. You don't work in the Ministry of Agriculture, but your qualification where you get. Your qualification where you get, why we get your degree inside. Now linguistics. How you want let food security come? Well, I mean Ministry of Agriculture and agriculturists them for the work day, biologists them, zoologists them, geographers them, at least then we will know, global geographical positioning. For no side for plants, no side not for plants. Go now with ministries, they let you look at civil servants them. Somebody they go read history. History. Then you go put on a Ministry of Health.
Not to just put on a manager or director on a ministry.
Now manager position, you do history. What did that person say about microbes? What did that person say about disease transmission? What did that person say about the mobility and the transmission trend of disease? Somebody do statistics. It will be relevant, yes. Somebody go do statistics there, you go take a car and go put on a Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I was expecting a total reform where go reflect, you get your degree, you don't know your side. But people are lobbying. Then they come out Jala with good degrees in agriculture. When you ask outside the Oak Ministry of Social Welfare. Social welfare and social workers there for the demand. Not agriculturists there for the day. Go na farm. You do political science there where they ask you outside the Oak, political science. Yeah, you for come meet me. I then a meteorological department. I would they look at weather. Also riffraff, all kinds of things just box up.
Okay, Doug, we can say always on this platform, the box stop with one person. For every organization, there's an amount of leadership will come up from one side, where the leadership now get the primary responsibility for make sure say things work or things doesn't work. So in we capacity now as looking at the president of the Republic of Sierra Leone, Dr. Idriss Lahai, yes, the appointment away he make. Some of them now junior appointments, some of them now lobbies them, some of them are so many different things them. You don't say the responsibility way you not take as the leader now for dismiss certain people and way not supposed for in a certain position. But that's still not happen. You feel say that don't compromise in leadership in terms of taking actions, like you said earlier on, he acts late, he need to act on time because at the end of the day, we want him to act swiftly. But at the moment in time, we don't go on with this for the past 3 years, I would say now 4 years, but we still see the same things then they happen over and over and over. How you want for look at in presidency in terms of judgmental decisions, the way they make towards them, irresponsible thing that's what happen within the government, and it dents in government credibility even furthermore than we expect.
Well, Famul therefore realize one thing about the office of the presidency. President Bio, yes, they act slow, but he's a military man, he's a strategist. They act very, 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 very slow. Decision way for taking side one day, sometimes they drag out to 6 months, 7 months, maybe 1 year. Right. But now 3 people them, now they get the blame. Not just President Bio, he's head of state and head of government. But government's made up of 3 arms. President Bio is head of just one, the executive.
Right.
Waiting they happen at the civil service, I blame him. Because by the end of the day, the mismatch of credentials, wrong people are in the wrong people are in the wrong ministry, right people are in the wrong ministry, the confusion, nothing they happen, the other people and just they get appointment just like that. Somebody they come out, he was a taxi driver. Now America all of a sudden then go put a director general position. This so yes, for me taxi driver not bad, but the person at least let you hit the ground running. You know, you just hit the ground, you begin to say, hey, me don't tell not to 15 years, so I not do this one, I drive taxi. So tell you they buck up, forget you foot standing for begin work, election don't reach. So I blame my waiting to happen now the civil service and the poor management of in policies them now here they blame. But the human rights violations the way they happen as alone, I know they blame them. And they blame the head of the judiciary when are the Chief Justice.
But now make the appointments.
He made the appointment, but the Chief Justice, after appointment, he's independent. And
do you think he's independent?
Whether he's independent or not, if I get balls like me, sorry for use the word, if I be bold enough like me and standing ground.
Yeah.
So I blame him. Not because President Bio appoint you now go mean say you're afraid for talk true. No. You've been appointed. Not so. Would they see Joe Biden right now? They're doing appointment for the Supreme Court. But if you say that appointment after you don't make her, that justice they go care about what Joe Biden think? No.
No.
So for the human rights violations, them the way our court system they operate, they have people and they take too much na Pademba Road, matter with somebody thief Maggie them for just give a community detention, then go lock them up, then the person cost you go thief 10,000 leon, they lock you up for 5 years. Then government spend 200 million for feed you in a jail. That's a President Bio in problem than they are the Chief Justice. So Chief Justice, you also get blamed equal 100%, just like I President Bio get blamed for the poor performance of his civil service. Then the legislature, indifferent from the executive. Yeah. President Bio is a member of parliament. Yes. Technically, is a member of parliament. Technically, when President Bio then a parliament, the speaker of the house, in position they can down, President Bio in position go up.
Right.
But that is for how many hours? Maybe 5 hours at most where President they go read. Now parliament. Right. When President they go address parliamentarians. That's the moment. But not inside that 5 hour day, parliament they mess up. You understand, eh? Mm-hmm. You not speaker of the house. You are the boss man at the house. So Abbas Bundu, you back at blame you. You back get 100% blame for the mess where they happen in parliament. Why make I blame you? You not a bully. Bully in the sense, you know they allow you company them when opposition there for let them talk. If they want to talk, you begin to tell us, say, let's vote by the voice. No, I go able to hear voice, say now 1,000 voice, this one a 200 voice. You say, yeah, the majority have it. If you are against, say no. Then if you want it, say, yeah. Then you are old. You know, old power, you know, tell me, say, they're 100%. So are they blame me for the mess where they happen? If they appoint a clerk, they're under your jurisdiction. Say, Pakaichi paper balas, see. Do your investigation. Abbas Bundu, you get a law degree from Cambridge University. Now you do your PhD in law. Now you're not the first Sierra Leonean way attend Australian National University in Australia. The first Sierra Leonean way come to Australia for Kanlambuk. Now then you do your LLB. When a premier university in Australia, the best of the best. Now you go tell me, say you are Speaker of the House. And administratively, you're not able to put order in place for maintain integrity among parliamentarians. You give them funding for going to their community, then chopper, then do the handwarm. You know they look at whether yes, MP, you don't need a degree or whatsoever for be an MP. But you for hold them to ethical standards.
Yeah. And
you are the Speaker of the House. So who is the Chief Justice? Waiting her name? Edward waiting?
I don't remember her name.
Okay. The Chief Justice, President Bio, and the Speaker of the House, and then 3 are the blame for the failures of the 3 arms of government.
Okay,
I would sympathize with President Bio somehow because he's one man. And the one them way they around them, then they tell them the truth. Then they tell them the truth. Then they tell them the truth. And consider the fact that not everybody like the man, it go difficult for like come out, he behave like Jambo. He do like waiting and Eskurumabi they do, or waiting Pakababi they do, he wake up, he disguise himself, he go na market, he go do what they do. President Bio, he they come out far, pick himself, they know say na in they come. Because they are God Bilam. It's different. It easy for the person able to identify him. So they sympathize with the man. Now make the man go on TV he tell the businessman they say today na the first at the area, but they don't have problem here. Waiting do because they want to around that and they go give a fake report.
But then Dr. Lahai, yes. And he still feel comfortable with them people there around that because it's still waiting at
the not comfortable. At the time for free, it's not comfortable. When they address Excellency. It has pleased His Excellency to our point.
Yeah.
Right? But displeasure, well, he's not maintaining it. If for watch, when President Bio glad the way they talk, you go really know in body language say this is happy. Right?
But he's not acting. He's not doing anything about it.
And that is the problem.
Are you saying he's powerless or what?
No, he is powerful. He is the president. He can hire, he can fire. But the problem now is if they can't lay complaint, they make like Kumbra. If they can't lay complaint, say, this minister so you not perform well. They want to do like Kumbra, we say, okay, lie from in side. Where the person they call enough for can explain, and they can't want they can 30 people them for can beg for them. They go do the explanation, then 30 people them beg for them. Padia just be a normal. He say, okay, they want you for the last time. But we then are in a situation I will call situation critical. You don't have to, because 2 years ago, I made the statement say the time for babysitting is over. Well, if the time of babysitting is over, His Excellency, get tough on your civil service, get tough on your police, get tough on your military, get tough on your directors them, get tough on your ministers. Yes, for appoint a cabinet minister, not to anything, but as long as the person in integrity, because waiting Sovula do so, not to Sovula the disgrace end to, it go to you. Because you going out there to the world, go advocate for free quality education and you head of police get fake results. You going out there for go advocate for free quality education, you head you party in head in a parliament, you get fake results. You leader of government business get fake results. You go now oversee for go campaign, then it turn out for this you clerk of parliament, you get fake results. Now then disgrace themselves. But now you the disgrace go to. Get serious. Be tough. When you sack them, you don't need them for campaign. They are politically they are valueless. I they tell you. Yeah. Politically they are valueless because even me, some of them, at contest inside their house, I they beat them.
Right, look, I want to ask you one more question. They play a lot in the minds of Sierra Leoneans, including myself. We got a first lady where actively involved in government administration in Sierra Leone and also actively involved in party politics. What are the duties and roles that we they assume say is supposed to take as the first lady of Sierra Leone? And how much influence if you say gets in this particular governance and this particular administration where they run at Salon right now? Because as far as I'm concerned, there is a lot of controversy statement the way they make it. They make policy statement as not being a politician herself, and she's not holding any public office officially, like anybody where they serve in any capacity apart from being the first lady, but she's making policy statements within the confines of the country everywhere she goes, and most of those policy statements has been executed at some point. What do you think her role is actually within the government? As we say, the president is doing a lot and is not in awareness of so many things that really happen around them. As she clearly say, he go talk to the market people and tell and say, this nearly happened to them, and he has no knowledge. Do you think he's actively involved, or the First Lady is doing most of the running around of what you make mention, say, few presidents in the past don't do in their capacity for see what's in the happen at the ground?
Well, what I could tell Fambula is that the mistake this way, every Sierra Leonean were interested in the function of the First Lady, and the mistake this then can do. You not go assume waiting at the function of the First Lady, because constitutionally speaking, we're not able to designate any function for them. So any attempt for put saying that the function is of the First Lady are just an assumption.
Right.
And assumption is subjective. And subjectivity, when another assumption they cannot be proven scientifically. What you know able to prove scientifically, basically it means say it not exist.
Okay.
What do they mean? When they look at the function of the presidency, then a constitution, we're not going to prove them subjectively. We they prove them objectively. Say this is it, this is it, this is it. So the fact that we're able to prove them objectively, we go able to prove them scientifically for say if president are in function this way, so for regulate the appointment of officials. If you appoint wrong official, what thing will be the impact? We use mathematical calculation and say, okay, the impact will be that if the country in GDP was 9 million, because of you don't get wrong people in our governance, the GDP go fall down to 2 million. So automatically we don't able to prove that scientifically. Right. But this is the First Lady. We already assume and assumptions not go able to calculate anything we go tell with. But coming to her functions, she's part of her husband. A husband represents what they call hard power. H-A-R-D. Hard power. The woman represents the soft power of a husband. So where you see the man, they make tense, oh, now I will deal with you now, and I not do anything. The soft power of the mommy go say, hey, bo, now stop for do this bad thing, bo. Although they carry the same message, whilst the husband he able to authorize the army, the wife can only authorize through moral emotions. They can't tell the palace, deal with you now. Una the minister, they also get PhD, una fool. Now remember wait, First Lady. First Lady talk am. He say, una way they around me, una fool. Una get PhD na me man in government, una fool.
But don't you believe she was saying that because she knew about the buying of degrees within Insai Kulewe, for say that around her?
No,
because
that woman,
just make that statement. He made that statement with authority.
That woman, who First Lady, but who people don't like him, but let people don't like Panam. That woman, they don't know nothing. But the buying of degree. The buying of fake degree, parentarally, you madam, na like poor society. Who man they join poor society?
Who want to join poor society when a difference?
Yeah, no, you can be head of Bondo society. They make you know, the Legbesia. You become part of the Bondo of the leadership of the poor, but the deep secret you know one.
Yes, true.
But the woman express the soft power. Say una fool. The man gets. If na madam, if na President Bio, our President Bio go say una dem fool maya. Una dem PhD holder na me government una fool. Our President Bio go express am. He say go say una fool. Tender your resignation and come on na me government. So the man gets hard power. And now one thing we now for understand. If Fatima Bio not been there behind Mother Bio, like Mother Bio, they don't like they don't turn out fool.
That I agree at some points. That's I will not deny the fact.
Fatima Bio is a strong pillar behind her husband.
That I agree. I not will deny
that woman they not been there behind President Bio. Like we don't lost we country. Yes.
But also, you know, if you say they over exercise in power as a First Lady in so many different capacities in Sierra Leone, because for what you say, so I 110% will agree to you and say, yes, without the First Lady, the president will have been totally in a different ballgame. Because I know for say she's a very strong pillar behind him. But at the same time, I'm just asking, you not feel say as the first lady, you don't overuse some of that soft power the way he get, because most of his statements and way he don't make over the past couple of years are statements of policy. That's one. And two, now statement and we get so many negativity alongside them where you for the expect something maybe from the president himself, but he comes from her where for be the soft touch.
Yeah, let me ask again the same question in a double way so not able for answer. I just want for support within T-Boy they say here. And so is it a situation wherein the president is weak? It just they hide behind the shadows of the first lady. The reason why I ask that, he has the power, the political power. But if you look at the examples that T-Boy don't they highlight about making statements, most of the statements President Bio they double down. If you look at trends of things, Fatima Bio, when the first lady, will be the first person to either pronounce it, on social media or verbally on a campaign trail. Then, they say within that same week or a little later, the president will use the same words, but it's try for formalize them. Example, constituency 073 by elections. Fatima Jabibio, the first lady, was there campaigning. What was her statement? He said, now because of the Ukraine situation, make hardship in the country, problem in the country. A week later, the president met with the traders or business community, now State House, and he said the same thing, now because of Ukraine, the thing the way they happen at the war, now global crisis. So now make things then tough. So then push the blame, but you don't see how we start Ingo test them out yonder, then the president double down. And so on numerous occasions, we don't see the same thing where they happen. The first lady called the opposition, then the lawless, this, that, they go use mob justice from people. The president went and called them, say they are terrorists. There are so many instances the way they mention things where you go look at, say, okay, they talk, they compare notes, they hear the same thing, they read the same script, but the delivery just different, just like they say the hard power and the critical. And the only thing is, when you see different, now I will contest, now that the first leader is supposed to forget the softer power, using the human voice, the good cop situation, seem like, say, now in they come out hard and the president just they hide there now. That's my take. I don't know what you have to say.
I disagree. But at the same time, I agree on one aspect. It was wrong. And as a member of the SLPP, I think I apologize already to so many people the time when the incident happened, to my friends and everybody. It was wrong for the president to use the word terrorist. You don't call Sierra Leoneans terrorists. Sierra Leone they on the list of terrorist, sponsored countries or countries. Then we get terrorist cells. That was an unfortunate statement, and I think the president was angry and he misunderstood the whole context as to how he for put them. And if you realize, sometimes the president can address certain things, them the speechwriters then can write something to them, can give them the man okay able to begin for read them, and okay read them before he read them. Sometimes the speechwriter then they put before something at the first time down there the man they even lay eyes on that document. So certain words that they don't call her now before he catch up himself now, but he not go stop, he go continue. So it was wrong. Like we're calling up the opposition terrorist, and I apologize. On his behalf, although I don't get the right to apologize on his behalf. Then you talk, say, the president, he weak, and he died behind wife. No. President Bio not a weak man. President Bio, they want the way do political theory, political theorist. You get the realist, you get the idealist. The realist believes, say, everybody wicked until you use the hard law. Now you go able to use for control them. Until you use your power, now you go able to control them. You get the idealist who believes, say, everybody good. The law and everything and power for only they for guide them. What people are not they understand, President Bio might be a military man, but President Bio President Bio not be a military, but President Bio, he believe in change. He believes that everybody forgets a second chance for change. Right? He believe in the goodness of people. If I don't catch you, you don't thief. I they give opportunity, say, okay, return with you, don't thief, but not thief again, yeah? So, believing in the goodness of people, that is an idealist. I mean, they teach students them, if anyone day you will able to understand. Then get one theory student they call John Locke. John Locke say everybody them born and good. Now the system and they corrupt them. So what you go do in such a situation? Now for make sure say you use the law for guide them. You use your voice, your status as papa for guide them. You only use the hard power as the last resort. So President Bio believe in the goodness of people, say even if they do bad, then go get opportunity for change their ways. Then they're not a weakness. But the one day we feel say go change their ways, when Dr. Oline get a new name, then they change. The third issue where you really talk about, you said Fatima Bio, they make policy statements. Fatima Bio can talk anything they want to talk. Not a policy statement, bruh. Because when they say policy statement, when president don't make a statement, I make when president they talk, you get two speech writers them. When I know they take notice no more, but they're there with them. Anytime president they talk, you get two speech writers there around them. Where they take bullet note for everything the president say. When president don't talk anything where he talk and a policy statement. The presidents, when he don't talk done, they say president don't give speech, they say, okay, wait till I get. You understand, eh? Advisors, then they ask Sudan and the speechwriter will be available the time when the president they talk, then take the notes and call them presidential notes. The memo. When they take that memo, they ask you and say, okay, now the bullet point and this of the key points the way president talk, a policy statement and that particular document they is valid constitutionally speaking.
Yeah, so Dr. Lai, quickly, I don't seem to get quickly.
Yeah, I know. So that particular document, then they take and carry and go to cabinet. Cabinet, they go deliberate on them key points that the way president don't talk. If he valid, then take them. If he not valid, then throw away. But we know when they see Fatima Bio talk, cabinet entertaining statement during cabinet meeting. Then they anything when not go to cabinet, not a policy statement.
It goes there. The reason why I say that, because where Inky don't talk first, the president, where now the husband of Fatima Bio, they say the same statement a week later or days later, and so now that makes us say, by extension, she comes out first, make this statement either for test the waters or whatever. Then later we see the president say the same thing.
Okay.
When it comes to the corruption allegation about the office of the first lady having money here and there and this and that, the first lady making statements. Say, oh, not to me, how you call it in? The office of the president.
Yes,
the president was asked the same question. He said the same thing. They asked her about, how they attack woman, like Atilopias. What the president said. The president said, oh, when they attack me, woman, every time, when I know they say anything. So what are the trying to say? Now the pattern, we study the pattern where don't they happen, not to one, not to two, numerous times. That's why we are saying that the way it's going is like the first lady self-made policy statement.
Well, first lady not make policy statement because cabinets when they meet, they entertain what the first lady say. Sometimes first lady can just talk no more, maybe just a coincidence or anything. But make her put on this way. Yeah. Mrs. Master then house they don't talk say they can go na shop go buy cake. The pikin here say that Mrs. Master then they go buy cake. Then the pikin he go na do for go play. He meeting company party them. He say una wait no more me mama and papa then they can go na shop then they go buy cake.
And then mama and papa shop then go buy cake.
Say indeed mama and papa then go na shop then go buy cake.
So basically, if I want to basically, if the pikin, mama and papa say, would they go na shop, would they go thief? Then pikin go na do, wait no mommy, mama and papa, then they go na shop, then they go thief. If later on they try for can investigate the theft,
automatically the picking not a witness, or even if he talk, not a witness. When that picking talk is not admissible. When that picking talk is legally and constitutionally irrelevant. In terms of policy, what the first lady said, it is irrelevant. Una wet law area from president, una wet law area from ministers, una wet law area from the one who knows say it is what he talk, cabinet go give a word on that. Okay, but if Fatima Bio talk, let Fatima Bio pull a man in secret. Sometimes he then a kitchen they cook. Presidency don't apply, they talk to one or two of the ministers there. You know, woman no go ever be like man. Yes, we fight for be 50-50. And I don't write books on gender equality. If you read me, I don't write books on gender, human rights, and transitional justice. I don't write book on, so many things that on gender-related issues. So let us not get me wrong, say, I know they promote gender equality. I they promote gender equality. In fact, the Gender Plus 3 Act na salon, my mama was director, na Ministry of Social Welfare. Now me write the draft. At that time, I still the FBC. When they go meeting, then they go na Atlantic Hall, then they do their bullet point at a white paper, early 2000, 2002, 2003, when they try for bring a car. When me mama they all can host, mama it's everything a host. Now me they pull out from that big paper, they put on a pen and paper, then can go to office, then go type. So I get knowledge on what they talk about. And then try for dismiss the fact. Woman a woman, no matter how I do, woman no ever be like man. You understand, eh? So when I excuse Fatima Bio, what he say, no, cabinet not entertain that day. If he make a mistake, he make a mistake. It is not a policy statement. Fatima Bio, anything talking, let him man carry Peter, it's not policy statement.
Yeah, but she's not making mistakes. Namek could say the box stop with the president because he's the one that doubles down on whatever Fatima say. So if it don't become a pattern of the government, and then what she says becomes what happens in the country, then people go it just fear for let people assume now and take them as the gospel truth, because that's what happens. Like recently there was another statement where he made, then the president can make the same statement. I just lost my train of thought. But if I may highlight that, okay. So in the campaign trail again, First Lady stated, say, well, una wait after 2023, now we go can work for una. Okay, that's a campaign. But this we're just saying it here. But then a couple of days later, the president was addressing, a community, and he said the same thing. Say, well, we don't can also, we don't can put water for una, we don't put light. We don't open the road for una. That means we've expanded the road. He said, but now una get for decide after 2023 if una want for lay retard the road. Not to me they tell una, now una go tell me whether una want for lay una the road after 2023. So you see, she said after 2023, now we they begin work for una. The president said to this community after 2023, una decide whether una go lek or let we tap on our road for una.
Well, he's president.
Yes.
But the time we go for that campaign day, he go there as a politician. Anything we go talk under, he not talk him as president. He talk him as a politician wanting votes.
I give that, yeah.
Anything will happen in a campaign, even if he is president, the moment he don't put that down, say, they go campaign, he's no longer president. He's president because nobody know take his stool line and passport in. Astagfirullah, 100 million times. Let that not happen in our country. He's still president of the country. You understand, eh? But the moment he go na constituency 001 for go campaign for let people and vote for him party, they go there as a politician. Tell me, whose politician they talk through?
Well, you.
Okay. Most politicians.
Not a politician. No, I disagree.
I'm not a politician. But most politicians, then they talk to we go sweet person, let person he votes for them. You understand, eh?
Yeah.
And for the fact that they say, okay, after 2023, if now alone I vote for we, it is like somebody say, I they come, okay, Kremak is say, man propose, God dispose, not to so.
Yes.
Correct.
Good. Motamano equal to God, Astagfirullah. But what they say here is that in terms of democracy, in terms of politics, the people are gods, small g, gods. Politician Madabio, not President Madabio. President Madabio remains. But that one owner see make that statement say after 2023 they made this road, it was politician Bio. He don't propose. He left now to the political gods. When are the people forgive and say, okay, can make a road. First thing they say, they go buy suits tomorrow, but they see tomorrow morning, he go 9 he go die. In plan no come to friction. It not happen. If Fatima Bio say after 2023, would they make road to an immortal man? Politician Fatima Bio, not First Lady Fatima Bio. President Bio repeat the statement. It was not President Bio. It was politician Bio. Politician, they try for win votes. There is no morality in politics. Now, dirty nonsense game. The only thing we make a deadly in a salon is that people, when they hate the game, then they hate the player, hate the game. But what's I claim politics today? If I hate the game and love the player, you politician Bio, you love politician Yom Kela, you love politician Sam Sumana. Una live as brothers in peace. Una hate the game. If una supporters they want try for hate on any individual, una stop there say, hey, me na politician Bio, but I don't encourage any of me supporter for cause any opposition member. Una stop that forthwith. Now we get this country, now one country we get. So una see, so if Fatima Bio go make their statement and a politician, Fatima Bio and politician, 10 chances, who's one panel they talk through? They know they talk. If President Bio go make that statement, he's not president or not a policy statement, and they. Now the statement of a politician. President Bio go there as a politician, go win votes. On the promise, say we go make after 2023, everybody get right for propose. Right? Somebody don't propose right now, say they married next year, March. You don't book the whole all. You don't buy your clothes, you don't buy everything. Ask myself, the person know what thing go happen tomorrow. He go die, he go there alive, the married go right. So everybody has a food. Even me now, they think like say something, I'm not go die except. Now make you be careful now this dunya. No go take fake degree because then a sin. They destroy life, they destroy nation.
Well, we don't talk calm, Dr. Lahai. Today's been a very entertaining and informative, and fired up, conversation. Real conversation. You don't say we not get somebody in this platform where, they will open conversation. So there are things that where we agree on. Some way I will get question mark. However, the main topic for today, now before can discuss the fake degree issue, something where you whistleblow, you bring out to the public who will not be known. And initially, some of which possibly they think in a minor issue, but this is bigger than what we think, and the consequences are graver to the people of Sierra Leone. It costs life because if they give fake pharmacy degree, fake nursing degree, all of those things. And how would you arrest those people or dismiss them from their jobs where you left the Inspector General of Police, the Clerk of Parliament, the leader of government business, the Minister, of tourism and culture, the defense attaché to, and the numerous other ones that we sometimes them know but Dr.
Lahai, of them, they're not the civil service. Some now ordinary clerks, some now permanent secretaries, some now assistant secretaries, some now directors, many host of others. The degrees that don't begin there from 2013. People say from 2003, now they don't begin getting fake degree. First, when I remember there was St. Clement's University, the Endam, the same year Bangura. Then later on, I be Aribo College of Business Studies.
Yeah.
Was also another fake one, maybe they give degrees. Where the team be common, I don't say there be even one lady $2,000, $20,000 bar or so. Now the lady pay, then give a fake degree, fake transcript. He applied for embassy for go study overseas. The embassy catch up say it was a fake. Then they lead to trouble. I remember I had a discussion by then with Abbas Collier, who was Deputy Minister of Education, and you don't tell why I don't they be in this deal from here even before I say I enter college. Right, I don't understand them people here because I was politically active with the SLPP na Western area, so I know exactly what thing they happen. Jabez Rogers, right? Go prove me right. By then he was our Western area youth leader, and CPO Dumbuya will be the up Kiama Road. Go prove me right. And even Cherry Coco in our APC MP, Brookfield and I also charged them. I was more or less the only loose cannon for SLPP in that Brookfield's end. So everybody know me. Then they call me daddy. So they don't take.
When you say loose cannon, let me ask you a question. Do you think State House? Okay, yeah. Before we, close now, you think, say, the appointments we then call you for director of policy, strategy, and planning. Yeah. You think, say, the appointments they're not able to go through with not so because you're not competent, was it because they are scared, they were intimidated, or they were not sure?
I go say they were scared. How them be scared? Not only competency, then judge you, because if they judge me competency, now God will expand them. They're scared because they know say I was not going to play the ball. I was not going to join the cabal. I was not going to be part of any nonsense. Right? So maybe then test me for say go na directorate of go be director on a Ministry of Development. Maybe it was a test. Let them see, say, okay, if I agree, say, okay, I they go there, then say, no, we'll not go again. Left now, take your position. That thing that I don't know, say now, then go able to control me for say, okay, any two hotel I go do, it go join.
That means say you don't weaken now, you're desperate.
I don't weaken now, and they don't able to get me now. Say now, okay, this one, so this one. So, Missy said they were scared. After way they don't care with. Initially, they don't test me, they know say me competency. Nobody no go try me. On that regard, not to boast, they boast, but me, I not buy me on that country tree, I not pay nobody. Even me head of department, where I be in FBC. Now after I don't graduate, now I know say me in a blood relations. I tell me mama say let keep a secret. I tell every family member let them keep a secret. I not tell her nothing. I don't graduate done. I go in my mama office now meet and then I say go outside. The woman you come to see in all day. Now I say I not busy, but I say now go sit down. Why go sit down? Now he begin to vex for me. Tell like now get me mama office. Now me mama enter inside the office. Now it's what happen. He said this rude boy. So he said me before my student too. He said tell us let go outside. Let go wait for you. You not there. Look the boy just ignore me. I say Dr. Usman Black, Professor Usman Black go attest to this. I say Usman, you know say na me boy picking it. Now that did this wire. But I tell the Usman Black for saying, you pass through me and FBC. You don't ever tell me saying, my sister born you. Now I say, yes, I don't want to let you give me grades where I don't deserve. So this is the John. Ask Dr. Usman Black. He go confirm to us say that incident happened in 2005, 2006. 2006, I think, yes. So I don't ever 1 minute for 1 second make Usman Black no say, me and my mama we born me, we shock with me. Me and Usman Black, they are cousins. Usman Black, and I ever give him the honestly even no self say I talk to him fluently. It been Tokakuru. It can echo Coco. Can skin and one day make mention. He can if for fear Coco to permanent for Katimni. One day, I don't make Usman Black no say I talk to him. Because if I be point say I talk to him, or if I be point say I talk so Usman Black for be say you know man Lahai. What's how you get this Timni accent here? What's how you get this so accent? If I don't trust me to me, mama. So in mankne, I wait Timni man they say mankne, I hide or near me, you not see me. But for the Timni omine, it's mokti. I they talk who that way Timni man say mokti, I they confuse people them. So and I never get the impression like no say I get
you know what I want to say. I wish President Bio for be done in wisdom, for be done take the bets and call people like Dr. Lahai in government. Sometimes even if they fail, like how we don't fail so, possibly the failure not for being done exposed widely where the small picky with them born today. No, you know why, T-boy? Because he's a smooth talker, he's very tolerant based on what he display at today. Okay, you don't see any that kind of outrage. You understand? You see passion and emotion in what they talk, but you not see anger behind it.
No, I see anger, but not for the positive reason.
When I make you see passion and emotion, there's a difference.
What thing I see Doc don't express tonight to me, to be very honest to you, I've never seen a Sierra Leonean like your type. I'll tell you why. You're not just outspoken. I didn't even mention your knowledge in terms of your educational background. Nothing to do with that. But for the fact, say, you are on point with making examples of things that you're not in favor of, and you stood by that. And somebody don't testify that the chat group say, this is how you have been since childhood. So and I'm not surprised.
What's the way talk na my brother? Palmo is my brother as well. So
it's not surprising for make that person they make that statement. They say,
you know, say I troublesome. When I was young, I didn't have baby cuts. This is a thing really will happen. I didn't have baby cuts. Nice snake claim na me baby cuts. I grip the snake na head. At that time, I not even 1 year old. I grip the snake na head. I quit and I kill him. Ask Palmo. Palmo will tell you that. So if
you don't tie up a snake, how you go tie up a degree?
Palmo, we get fake degree.
Fake degree under mango tick.
Under mango tick. Could I go try me? If me kill snake before I know 1 year, now me go. No, I stand for me integrity. Brother Palmo, they will be small. Junior them. When they will be small, they send me say go call girlfriend. And they tell them say no. When I married them. I they insist. I say they do them. I say we not go call them because what they do so bad na fornication. Every time you say go take money to you, mama, not a brother Palmo, they tell me, me sister them, go take na money na your bag. And they, if they one beat me, I they take pen and paper. I they write say, okay, mommy send me for go take money na mama in bag. I write the amount. I write, the time I go take. When mama come, I say, mama, you money loss, but na me take come. Na mommy na send me say, I go take you money. Now so and so time and I told you not take it. I was doing that. I don't tell her the whistle, but from when I small, 5, 6, 7 years, I don't begin right. I was competent enough. Palmo is my big brother, blood brother. He knows.
Okay.
So the person not able to corrupt me. Last year I hit me, Gary. I remain if I die by the end of the day, hey, bra, 100 years, now 1 second, now heaven, or 1 second, now hell.
But
100 years corrupt me soul.
Make you confidence also. Now because you get Dr. Nene there, you full of musu. So you see now it's like for personalize them now. So let you not big for nothing.
Yeah, Dr. Nene not for me.
Don't listen to that in our fake. That in all things don't talk about fake.
In fact, because I be the salon where I do the whistle blowing, it don't become disproportionate. They don't try for target me for kill me. I able to escape with my family. We can't Ghana. Are they Ghana now?
Serious?
But we ready now for flight because Australia don't open gates now. Say graduation for happen. So May 1, me wife they graduate, and I get for do Facebook Live. Let people see me wife where they graduate. Not under Mango Tico. Hundreds of people, yeah, white man them among them. My wife they get a PhD in public policy and gender studies. So therefore do let people and see say indeed how they get an Australia, the same university also graduate, when the first regional university in Australia, and it is old, it is good, So
Doc, one more question for me.
Yes, sir.
I know say you now hardcore SFDP. And I know say you totally not in favor of anything we get for challenge your integrity we not accept.
Yes.
How much trust you get in your government right now as the party where they in governance?
Well, trust. I go on let I put by sector. I don't want just give a blanket trust or distrust rating of the government. Because some ministers are performing, some of them then great, they're higher, some get 100%. So if I just get a blanket, say 2%, 3%, 100%, I automatically don't defeat the purpose.
No, I don't want to let you justify any ministry. I don't want to make you justify any bad or good things. I just want to make you give me your opinion overview of everything that happened within the past 4 years.
Well, let me ask you, boy, for add to you. If elections were to held today,
yes,
don't forget your ties with the SLPP as a member and all that, because you will not betray that, you know, they expect that, okay? But as a Sierra Leonean, as things stand right now, based on everything we don't happen, would you hand on heart vote for SLPP?
If me go vote for the SLPP?
Not as a party member, not to somebody who come on a SLPP bloodline, but as a Sierra Leonean with the way the country stand and the way things they happen.
If I go vote for the SLPP, that is a tough question, because before I tender my vote, I no go base my judgment on 2017, 2018 campaign manifesto. Okay. Let President Bio sit down before me. He read a new manifesto to me. They ask some question how he go about to achieve them. If he able convince me, I go vote for him. But if he can't sit down before me, I ask him, okay, it's like a new manifesto for the next season, because they call a season like soccer. He tell me say now this are they ready for do. Then he tell me, I ask how you go about he tell me say now they go, that's how they go about and I'm not convinced. I know they vote for him. So this is just me. Okay. This is just me.
Great then now asking great. Overall, after you look at everything, all the sectors them in your mind, you don't calculate what would be your.
Don't summarize. Not give me examples of what in this ministry don't do. Just you overall.
Well, I'm not go in this. Okay, in terms of grading, I don't teach na Denmark, like na the Scandinavia, Denmark and Sweden, and I don't teach na the English model, Australia and England. And I also get a stint in the US education system. So I'm not going to use the Australian, the English system or the Salon system where I they give figure in the sense of I give 40, 50, I know they do that. I go use the Denmark or Sweden, the model, whereby excellent, satisfactory or unsatisfactory. Because I saw then they grade.
Okay.
Then they say
on the assumption of excellent, satisfactory, and unsatisfactory is excellent is 90% and above. Satisfactory is under 50%.
Well, I go keep
unsatisfactory is really
I go keep a secret because no, the unsatisfactory means say you pass but with so many errors.
But you can't pass with so many errors.
No, satisfactory means say you pass but with few errors. Excellent means say you pass with no errors. So now let's do my grading system. And I use the manual system of Salon 40, 50, 20, 30, 10.
Okay.
You understand that? Then they go be mathematically incorrect. And they use a model now where I they put now right now where I go say if me or individual are they focus on certain things, bread and butter issues, in where I go vote, I go give President Bio unsatisfactory.
Okay.
If me not person, where I they vote on gender equality issues, the way our woman they equal in society, with the inability of government for solve the problem of sexual violence. You know, that picky way then kill Sako, she was so dear to me. And that picking Aisha way killed that guy because the guy raped him. I protested. I was more or less on rampage until they free Aisha. If not for gender equality I they vote for, I will give President Bio unsatisfactory. If not for education I they vote for, and it becomes complicated. You get primary education, you get university education. If not for university education I vote for President Bio, I go give him unsatisfactory. But if I'm voting for primary education, I go give him satisfactory. If I'm voting for foreign policy, he was excellent until he make the blunder for go vote for condemn Russia. Then they pull him from excellency, from excellent grade, using the Denmark system, to satisfactory. Because what to make it was excellent. President Bio was really trying. Look at the appointment them, his support. You know, we get Sierra Leone as the way to occupy Boku international position them, na the international system. You know, we don't get ICC status as a judge. We don't get this one. We don't get this one. We don't lead boku committees there within the UN system. That was excellent, but he make the blunder, then convince him. He go condemn Russia. No, not condemn Russia. Remain neutral. Say I know they condemn nobody. I they vote neutral. But if you now want expertise for solve this problem in Ukraine, Salome don't get war before. I was president by then. Yamasokro, we go peace accord. I get expertise. I they show now how to solve the problem. President Biafra don't put Sierra Leone at the map where people say, small country like that, they don't experience civil war. Now they don't present themselves. But you cannot condemn Russia. That you want to be a peace negotiator. Right. The first requirement of a negotiator is for be neutral. But you go vote in the UN, condemn Russia. You this one. You know, present yourself again. Say, la go. You know, la present me expertise. Sierra Leone gets the expertise in conflict resolution. If we don't stay neutral, and like India, we say we will offer we expertise. Who knows? That was going to be a blessing. Something as Sierra Leone for we don't resolve Ukraine and Russia war, we don't go to the history books forever.
Right. So missed opportunity.
So it was a missed opportunity. So I give them satisfactory. Mm-hmm. If I am voting for roads, road network and this and that, I go stay in house and not vote for nothing, because by the end of the day, most of the road network, these are projects where President Bio inherits, so there's nothing to vote for. And so I go sit down on my house. If not for water and electricity, I vote for. I go be angry if politician can't tell me any rubbish, because I don't get water, I don't get lights. So since there is no grade below unsatisfactory, I go stay in the house and not go vote for President Bio. But if I'm looking for, if I vote for political tolerance, I go give President Bio unsatisfactory, because he got the wrong person as Minister of Information and Communication. Rado, that's how they call her, Rado belong more or less to the Ministry of Internal Affairs or maybe Defense. You know, Rado too combative. Rado, you don't behave like that. Remember at the time of Pakabate, we get a very cool guy, Cecil Blake, Professor Cecil Blake, Professor of Communication. He was Minister of Information. That guy was so good. He didn't listen. Man, he didn't listen. So you Minister of Information, you for listen more. Now feedback no more, you for can't give people them. But you don't have to be combative. So it's not for party relations between SLPP and other parties, because the fighting will happen at Bintumani and the intolerance of man them. You know, I know they blame President Bio. You know, them and them. You know, most of them can't get that. So then he say they get for be combative for maintain their status. Then feel say now when them be violent against opposition, now then they go make people they respect. They not lie. Then they disrespect you now. Then they hate you now. Love now the best weapon. Love your enemy. Love your opponents. Be tolerant. Let's slap you. You remain you calm. You not talk nothing. You know, as long as they're not gonna state house go broke glass. If they grumble and talk, then go to house and go drink Panadol and sleep. So tolerance. So in terms of political tolerance, I will give President Bio unsatisfactory. You know, in terms of who's other sector against F?
So
transport, transport, I will get unsatisfactory, because we motorcade and so road unworthy, and the man right now they don't appoint. That's Silvanos, where they don't appoint as executive director. That Reverend Smart. Whether they appoint executive director on Sierra Leone Road Safety Something Authority, that fake PhD you get. So he's also another fake PhD holder. So because of his presence, no, Smart, Dr. Smart, he calls himself Dr. Smart, but his PhD is fake. Tell him he says so. Ask him, he go tell now. I don't get time for that again. He will tell now. His PhD is fake. So man like that there, they go, he's a reverend. But the reverend really sabi for do but road safety. And so this is the problem I was talking about. What the reference about road safety? We know they talk about the road from Galilee to Bethlehem, or from Jerusalem to Nineveh. When they talk about from the road from Salon to road safety from Salon to the Pope office, what a reference you need that side and day? What a reference you need? You need an engineer. And not all kind engineer, not to road, not to construction, not to housing construction you need to. Now road construction engineer. Put a test. Say, okay, I want to appoint you at that position. Look bad road. Show me, just give me 2 minutes time. How you go solve this problem?
We can't make sure for plastic.
Yeah, so in terms of road safety, me they vote for road safety. Since the person where they head that road safety, they get fake PhD, and I hate fake PhD holders. And they go, and they stay in the house and they vote.
So you go waste the votes instead of you vote on the side?
No.
But abstaining from voting means you avoid the votes.
I avoid me votes.
So you abstain.
I abstain. I don't get that time they say for go team up in a line. Later on, I go there, I go vote bad. It's for not create long line as you don't have me house if na road safety. Because the boss reference smart in PhD is fake. I don't buy PhD.
Doc, no, I don't. If I make me an assumption of your evaluation of the grading system that you use, I would say, for summarize them, 90% of the assumption we don't make in your grading system.
Use number in grading system.
No, in grading system, yeah. I would say the majority of what you don't say on your grading system, everything is unsatisfactory.
Yeah. And it's normally as well, he explains.
No, if Sylvester, you say 90% is unsatisfactory.
Yeah, because I think you come up with or two. Where you come up with
now you number that day.
You know your number that day, of course.
Yes. If you ask Keketoma go say
no. You don't ask Keketoma. You don't actually make mention of that. The way me tell you don't highlight earlier on say you cannot be a lawyer and you have to can talk in the space of a doctor, or you have to can talk something in regards to medicine or in regards to trade or technology. Just like what Keketoma say, in a lawyer supposed to be, and they can't talk about economy.
The lawyer is trained. He's trained in law degree, not to fake. In law degree is very
I'm not saying I fake. I just
no growing up. Keketoma not to today as Abiamo Brookfields. He ain't give out. Keketoma, sorry, but don't married now. No, we'll talk no more. But growing up, what they did them, maybe the academy, maybe the Edwards.
How you expect
Street, Darling Bachot. Keketoma, I'm a childhood friend.
Yeah, but how you expect
No, he's intelligent. He's intelligent.
But how do you
He's intelligent, but the position is big for him.
Well, I guess it is.
The position is big for him.
Well, I
guess intelligent. In degree, not fake. In degree is legal.
No, I know.
He started off in law degree in London. Later, when Albon College decide for merge with University of London, Albon was legal, and University of London is one of the oldest in the world. Yeah. So let us not condemn Keketoma in degree. It's
not brilliant.
But I just try for tell you say, Sylvester, I just try for tell you say, you say me overall you go grade say me go say this is unsatisfactory.
Yes.
But Keketoma, I think for an Keketoma go say, doc waiting doc now I like so all thing dissatisfactory. You understand, eh? So it depends. If you go ask right now, Machinuma go say all the thing we don't talk so is excellent.
Yeah.
So he left on now, me don't broke me on banga.
Yeah.
Police ID.
Anything pull in the banga sweet is rotten now. He left.
No, I don't shape the banga down. Everybody broke your own banga now.
Okay, so how you go summarize now the issue and the dangerous what I go say? How you go summarize the fake degree situation who don't get in a salon in the way how it affects we as Sierra Leoneans them going forward in renewed dispensation of our one for one the country, be it of any political party we can in next government.
Come again.
How you feel say you will review the fake degree that they get in a salon, yes, as we now want to go into the new system who don't aware of all the fake degree there, so be it any political party where they come in governance?
Well, President Bio, if I get for win 2023, or would I ever get for win 2023, there is a danger. Fake degree kills countries. Because you go give somebody fake degree when I'm a medical doctor, go do wrong diagnosis, People then they go buy degree in our colleges. Even with colleges, they will legitimate FBC, Jala, IPAM, people then they buy grades. College of Medicine, people then they buy grades. Then go turn doctor, then go turn lawyer, then go turn this wire. There is a danger. The danger is that person go get wrong diagnosis, he kill person for nothing. So when they see the death rate where young man then they die in the country. That is the problem. I raise up another issue that Salone they produce more lawyers them as any country in the world. Where to make more lawyers than that Salone pass every country in the world. Where person don't go get in degree, they don't see 7 years, they don't get work for do. If they talk and say sometimes if I go do law, I go get job. But wait to make the person after you don't get degree 7 years, is you don't get job. Now because somebody don't go on the internet, they don't go buy degree there, he can't compete, he take the position of that graduates, we don't see 7 years. That degree holder don't go back in a college, frustrated one. Some of them, then they pan their second degree, then they study, where job not, because a job they make people go do second degree. You don't get bachelor's, you don't need bachelor's. If you come out with your bachelor's, you get work directly. You can just decide for do law. For example, I decide say, okay, I want to do a second PhD. You understand? I make that decision, say I want to do a second PhD. Not because I need them, but because I just feel say it is sweet. You know, I like book bad. So if somebody don't sit on 5 years, 6 years, and not get job, he go back, he go do law. Now we don't get more lawyers where they compete with the criminals there for space in a court. Hey, Branami bin Timapi and now. Branami criminal they compete with lawyer for space in a court. Brano sit down there. No say that the lawyer they sit down there. So now we weed out fake degrees. And to the university, when I get responsibility to the people of Sierra Leone, not for just the degrees, when I forget. Where people don't get and say they do online degree. Let the academy, I was so happy today for the first time after I don't talk, I'm over and over and over. Let God bless the soul of my friend, Dr. Lansana Komo, who died recently, na FBC Day. I'm glad you want to see Academic Staff Association pull a press release. They condemn fake degrees and then they put strategies that in place for say, when you study overseas, you say you don't do online course, you for submit them to the Academic Staff Association at Frabe College or at the University of, not of Frabe College, University of Sierra Leone, then get Academic Staff Association. Then they vet that you degree there for see say indeed this you degree carry it is legitimate. So I'm glad for that method there. And President Bio, you get an anti-corruption commission. It is well and good. But you don't need a lawyer for head the Anti-Corruption Commission. Amend the Anti-Corruption Commission Act, let you put a journalist, when an investigative journalist come for, with example, Sorio Samura. You can't put her for head the anti-corruption. Or Umaru Fofana, you put her there for head anti-corruption. Or a seasoned journalist, because Tifman need somebody, but you go put lawyer. When lawyer they go, it just they read normal subsection 4, 5 section 4. But if man not they look at 4 section 4, you need a sociologist, somebody will understand the human interaction. What did they make person thief? The one old village don't contribute money, they don't make you don't learn book, you don't get degree. Then you can't get work. They begin pay you 200,000. People in a village begin born picking, then they name after you. Juma, small Juma, big Juma. Then they say, Juma, we don't want picky on your namesake. Then Juma now they go 200,000. Juma get for paying rent, Juma get for feeding home picking. Juma go thief, so that I go send for small Juma in a village when not even not in Bonham. So we need a sociologist for head anti-corruption. We don't need lawyers. Let there be a legal department. If the overall boss need legal issue, it's send and go there. Australia, England, America, even Nigeria, the EFCC. Not a lawyer, then they head the anti-corruption and the legal branch. Put and they say like pull follow you maintain them. But any government they can now next, so if they win, amend the constitution, pull lawyer business say you for be a lawyer for like the anti-corruption boss. So you see that the impact now forget a lawyer, me man, you get a legal tradition. You get lawyers then they look at the text of the law, they interpret them based on the mischief. where the acts try for resolve. Kelfala, in look at the law, in a traditionalist. In look at the law, he look at the language, he say, if person use degree for gain job, I go catch him. But now the word for word, now I read so. But the mischief, there is corruption. Person don't use undue power, the undue influence with that fake degree day. After we they don't employ you because you they go through ethics approval before you get the job. So if you don't go through ethics approval, you get the job, then later on now you say you involve in acts of moral corruption or whatever it is corruption. We know the item. So let there be a reform of the anti-corruption. Now just get seasoned person, we're not afraid. Where before say, it gets, diamonds have elected and can't threaten and say if you not do something they burn up. Let's say I don't mind. Amend the constitution, put that requirement of a lawyer.
We get somebody where they call we at the foot of state. We want to make a short contribution before we let you for go.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Foot of state.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. My lie. Go here now.
I ain't going to okay. Oh, go. Sorry, I ain't going to go. I'm not being no say not eligible person, eh?
A young man.
Yeah. Okay, go.
A purely young man.
Can I purely young man? Okay. Okay, be here.
He's 67-year-old young.
Oh, 67 years. Let's go. Now, cool. Now, Papa, sir. How do you sir?
Boy, Jalo Jambo.
Hey, boy. Hey, na me man, don't say that. You don't have me for a long time. Chief boy. Listen, don't say. From 2003, 4, we don't say. Don't tell the rub skin.
You see,
I know they get you.
I say I don't listen to and I make a say like inside small.
Okay, fifth boy.
What you really discuss so is very serious. A country is run by trust. When people they don't begin to go all over the place, they go. I don't see the reason why people are so obsessed with a PhD. If you cannot have it, don't go for it. If you not get the basic foundation for a PhD, not go for it. Because PhD require you to get a foundation. If you go 6 from that level, now they prepare yourself for a PhD. As a professional teacher, I know say education itself ends at bachelor's, but any other one is like you are going to specialize. Whatever empire then fake PhD, what's in a specialized
PhD.
Corruption.
Under the language.
Specialize in PhD. No say PhD get abbreviation. You get doctor of philosophy. You get pile, high, and dry.
Well, maybe not the second one.
Yeah, they are pile, high, and dry. Pile full, the high, and the dry.
What's in a young issue, John?
Yes, sir.
It needs to stop now. Otherwise, Sierra Leone is going to lose credibility. I am saying this because in 2003, when I came to Norway, they used to accept Sierra Leonean education from O level up.
True.
Now they know they accept them. I was verified in 2004. I was verified because here they get a system where they get an independent body where they call NOKUT, National Organ for Quality Education. You get education inside Norway or outside, or you have to be verified before you can use it. Now they don't verify Sierra Leone. And what's in that they reflect on in the medium and long term is that even the one that we sit on the high offices, they will never be taken seriously by the international community. And that is going to affect our development. So
going to is conditional. It has already.
It has. Definitely it has. One thing I can tell you without shame, the Norwegians have always told me that they don't trust Sierra Leoneans because we are liars. I swear to God.
And that's true. Sweden was our day, and Sweden was our lecture, Denmark was our lecture, then they close now brothers and now brothers and sisters then. They get the same ideology. So then they not trust nobody. My Sierra Leone degree, and they even put out where they apply for jobs at the Western world.
But people from West Africa, they not trust me. You see, we get to change a lot of things. We get to come up behind this politics and try begin get serious. The intellectual class of the country get serious. I don't know talk this word. Now we they make or break a country. The amount of trust we build amongst ourselves, now they unite the country. The amount of trust we build amongst ourselves, now they make the international communities take we seriously. It's going to impact us directly on our structural transformation process. What do you mean it says? It's high time because not a today fake degree begin as alone. I know.
No.
Now we come out in the open, but it has always been there.
It has always been there, and this obsession for go overseas. This Mohammed Yambabangura, that man is a millionaire. That make the teacher, the Tertiary Education Commission not able to touch them because virtually they bribe them all. They bribe them all. They go to the Ministry of Education, they bribe. Almost the money they make a loan for give fake transcript and fake degree for somebody where they apply for visa. Hey, that DV. That man a money mambo.
You know, get integrity. That's why they take bribes from people who have fake degrees. We can begin to say them openly and squarely. And one thing I always say, my generation and the generation will come before me. Now we spoil Sierra Leone. We can take that responsibility and begin correct things.
All right.
If the younger generation get problem today, now we create the foundation for that.
All right, Fruit of State, thank you so much. We appreciate where you call and, just highlight a few things as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well, we don't reach this point. We left Dr. Lahai for go. Now, Tibo, you get any last comment for him?
Really, Doc, I just want to say thank you for having you today. And I feel say you don't can give enough education and we don't read into your mindset. I mean, I psychic small, so I don't read into your mindset. I don't know how you think. I know what's your evaluation point. I know how you strategize. You don't talk like a real policy maker today and somebody we strategically then at the industry for plan things and know how things they move forward, especially with the kind of qualification we get. So no doubt in that, and I believe say you passion for make sure say we stop fake the business alone, not to you want to get that kind of passion there around. Because we said on the question this for years and years and years ago in Sierra Leone. I don't see people and they ask so many questions about credibility of qualifications then. And what things suddenly mean that the fact say the entry level now at salon not to bachelor's degree anymore na masters. And when you find out the people who they get masters na salon, you can't even compare them with possibly secondary school goers in this country or in the West, in some parts of Africa even. But at the end of the day, the qualification matter more na salon more than the person in physical credential of what he can do in terms of in performing skills. So I really feel to say these are some tools for fight against as much as we can and denounce then degree there. So when necessary, also because of we not get a message with the jealous, but that's not the reason. But get your degree, work hard for them, and then deliver when it comes to you delivering. I think it's very important. So I want to say thank you to you so much for giving us your time for this particular program today. And as something we don't talk about a lot over the years. Femi don't highlight times so we need to talk something on education. And this now one of the platforms where I feel to say everybody get the opportunity to come express the way how they feel. As long as now for anything we get to do the positive moments of Sierra Leone with the acceptance. So you not get no doubt for like you can at the platform today for can show we say exactly this is how you feel about what's in the happen at salon. You know, don't play party politics to we You don't play to we say you na favoritism for one particular tribe or nation. You don't can't tell me ideally what thing that you concern and what you feel to say go change Salone now because of you get enough integrity within yourself and you have to maintain that nothing not really compromise you. And integrity is one of the things that will lack in Salone where they make person self we're not supposed for can't label it to you. They can't label it to you because it don't lost integrity. Until we're able for reconstruct that part of we lifestyle again and maintain some amount of integrity within we as Sierra Leoneans, I think so we get a long way for go. Otherwise, the development we say for Pinkan and Salone will never come to pass because majority of Sierra Leoneans did not lost integrity and politicians have compromised a lot of we as Sierra Leoneans then even the one who get integrity don't lost some. Just like with them one for try for do the same to you. But not all man they accept that. Some man get for be proud of what he be, satisfied with what he gets, you know man for making eat grass. We're not going to bend down for anything with the compromise integrity. So thank you very much for that. If we get enough of una, where they say things as it is, call blue, call white, then we still get some amount of hope because you don't give so many people hopes today because it means you don't stand for nothing other than what thing they put Salone go before and what thing will make the country change. We want to be part of society all over the world. We want to be engaged. We want to be proud when they say we are Sierra Leoneans them. They say yes, okay, I like una country, una good in this, good in that. But also for just negatives. And if we get people that we don't serve in various different capacities all over the world, but still not be proud because of the stain of the people that we supposed for the get we credit from. Don't destroy that credit. It make una self not feel proud for come out and say, yes, I am Sierra Leonean and I'm proud to be where I am today. And I'm serving out of my country in a different capacity. So I don't know how to say thank you to you, but I'm not getting no further question for ask. I don't take all what you don't say today. I don't put them in me. I don't evaluate them. I will try as much as possible to make I get the Kindle book where you don't write. I think the one of concern where I feel say I get really more interest in now the one we get for do with culture. That I would like to read and I would like for get more information about that particular one day. But also the other one back where you put state fragility and resilience.
State fragility it gets too much mathematical calculations in it and econometrics modeling. So if you're not a mathematician or how do I say economist, you will find it difficult for really put onto it. But it's very good. You get boku chapters there with the like child labor. You know, you get boku chapters there where you go able to understand. And
to be honest, the fine for like we self familiar with some of the mathematics, then we actually they make things happen because the world is full of mathematics now. You can't avoid it. So as much as you might think mathematics is not important, look at you. Your doctorate degree is not in mathematics, but most of the dispensation in how you do things, you bring kind of mathematical structures of them.
Yeah, and there's also another one where I go one sent to Sierra Leoneans them. Just say John Idriss Lahai, Human Rights in Sierra Leone. It was also published by Routledge, another very good book.
Okay.
Put so that's Fambulengu Siam. Just say John Idriss Lahai, Human Rights in Sierra Leone. You know, that are the struggles of we people left for human rights. You know, everybody gonna know exactly why make we fail as a nation and why make if we not be careful, you know. Anyway.
Right.
I mean,
thank you so much, T-Boy, and thank you, Dr. Lahai. Today's program definitely you make them easy for me. You know, because I get very little for say, you know, I just ask questions. But people ask a few questions where somebody ask Amadou, if they ask, you say, how much waiting go be a signed copy, an autograph copy, waiting at the cost for they get a signed copy of it.
I did do I get for tell the publishers them I go need at least 1,000 copy for each book where I go send now with libraries, then go to Salone. But at the time I have to say for coordinator, I'm not being at that time. But hopefully before this year, they don't Sierra Leoneans they will get free copies for the autograph. I don't know how they will be able to get them because also they right now is Ghana. They ready for go US, Boston. Then they just a week or two they fly go Australia with my wife because they go graduate and we'll picking them. So I will try my best. I will try my best. The signed autograph of all my books or just 1 or 2 books?
Well, the person just asks, say, waiting will be the cost for signed autograph.
It is free. I never buy the books, then the hard copy, I sign all thing. I will spend a week or 2, just sign everything and give away free. But if you buy them, I don't go disclose my address, but I get an address where I go na Greenbelt, na Maryland. Who's I go send the book there, then go pull and they ship and go to my address na Boston. Then I go sign them, then I go ship them to the person, send them out of pocket from me. I go post them to the person, where the person go get them. I will pay the DHL fee if the person is alone, then the person go get them. That's what I will do. But I don't give me house address na America. I dey Boston, but the address where I go get na Maryland. Yes. Yeah, because then they close to NASA the office. So if possible, I go beat me.
I like the description where you give. The us we're close to NASA the office. So if I go,
they're close to NASA. Now first no more divide the us to NASA the office. So if possible, that was the 24/7 police must carry them pack this. So if possible, I go beat me. Secret service, then they all over the house. Then go beat the person for me first. Or
so you actually anticipating they're gonna beat you.
No, they never come for me. They don't begin come for me. I escape. But I left me also open. I don't pull motor car because man they don't begin get for me. I don't even pass Lunge because the one where when they are in civil aviation where they cover airport in PhD they are per president. Ask Alesho also I get them. So anyway. No, the head of the airport. So now ask us I get in PhD, I beg. So I'm not passing at Lunge self. The Moscow I used, I salute them. They don't know that been the inside. They left the salute me till across Guinea. Now from Guinea I fly can Ghana. And I don't even use Sierra Leone passport. Now other passports I use.
So that's a different show. I think that's a different show.
It's a shame that we country don't go to that level wherein people they feel, threatened for let them say things that will matter, we go benefit for all. It is a shame, But thank you so much. And somebody else will ask, say, if SIERRATEL Media, go give an opportunity for the host of. Well, definitely, it's a platform we would like to have as much as possible for talk on different issues. When you available, you just let me know. Yeah, once you're available, you're welcome to be part of our conversation, and we will reach out to you as well on other issues. But we appreciate you as Sierra Leoneans that you are bold enough, brave enough to highlight and whistleblow things them where we expect the very people where they participate and the syndicate for take on. Before that, they go tell you, say, hey, bro, this country, mass people them. So you put yourself out there, you sacrifice your family, and a lot of other things them, just
3 days my wife not sleep. Pass original Accra, my wife will lock here.
Na Fulamusu, na Doctor Fulamusu, Dr. Nene. So what they say Fulamusu, not to that they go buy bread and butter too. So this na Dr. Fulamusu, Dr. Nene, able for beer.
And he read law na FBC before it come out, he graduate last year. I say okay, let come meet me in a salon because maybe the salon in the overseas, so he can meet me, then but it was more or less like she was like no Canadian can't kill because not all the big if the big man themselves do not send person over 1,000 of them don't get fake degree under. What if they attack we house in the middle of the night? So it was not safe. Even if Sofula not come for me, even if leader of government business not come for we or SPAC or clerk of parliament not come. When the other way they get bachelor degree, masters where they now civil service, they mobilize them.
Even the director, the director of Petroleum Regulatory Authority as well.
Them boku bra. Me don't broke me bangadon.
We left all man now. Let man go pick.
All man pick. But President Bio, tell you man they let them left for life by Ukraine. So Ukraine the problem they under your foot, brah.
Well, tell family you last what the program, and let we let you for go.
Okay, pa. Anytime I need me, I just call if I'm available. I go give consent here.
Okay, so tell family and good night and you last word for today's program.
Famble them. Salon, now we all get them. Now put politics aside. Lord, we always serve as brothers and sisters. Lord, will not ever be afraid for speak the truth to power. They go beat you, but they're not going to eat you. If let them kill yourself, they're not going to eat your body. Not afraid for the pain where you come. You go lose friends. I don't lost them already. From which I don't say today, for the exposure, I expose so many of them. I don't lose so many friends. But they are not friends, because show me your friends and I will tell you who that you be. If somebody they boast with fake degree, me get a doctorate as it done in them company, not because I hate them, but I want let me country in name. Remember, Salone was the first country where British man, in fact, the first country in Africa where get Western style. Yes, university they don't exist before in Africa, but but in Arabic language. Sierra Leone are the first country in Africa where Western style education was introduced in the country. Not to 1820 something where they established FBC, then they begin. It was 1732. That time slavery be still there, where the slavers then they come through the way they call the Royal African Company, where then they can't catch with slave them. Then be they meet with the chief them, the waitman, then be they educate the sons of the chief. So both school are the first. So yes, now the first institution for the sons of the chief, but the slave them where they one way they can't catch with slave them. They waitman they for go sell them overseas. Then be they teach the sons of the kingdom as a way for build trust. So Western education, I don't tell where don't begin over 300 to 400 years now we country, but they like today, where are we as a nation? I admire the South Africans who side and they elect today, me people them. Look at the University of Pretoria. Look at the University of Johannesburg. Look at all the other universities then they. When South Africa really, they were on an apartheid system 1994, and they began allow black man for attending universities then they. But when the black man they attend the universities, then the standards not fall, and just they rise from glory to glory. But we then give we the opportunity for land with man book way back in the 1730s. But where are we today as a nation? Education not able save we. Not because education not good, but because we know the education not humble we. Now because we refuse to let education humble we use education, this pen for save life. This pen not for cause trouble. We use education for hurt we other man them now we neighborhood, now we community, we political opponent them. But how many years you will live in this dunya? 2,000 years you will live it's not possible. 100 years, look at the health system. Sometimes at best, sometimes at 50 you knock, you die. You go with your regrets. You left you picking them padabaru. People are going to look for revenge on them. Let we always serve together as a nation. Let we use education for humble we. Let we use education as an instrument for progress. Education na they use for let America great. China, when I was in Australia lecturing there, China they send thousands, not one, sometimes 10,000 students. Now they send out of China every year. The government is sponsor them for go learn with man book. Then go back to China. Then go put education to practice. Where is China today? Virtually by in the next 10 years, then they take over America as the super world power. Education worked for them. Ghana, education is working for them. Why is education not working for us? The president has a bold plan of free quality education, but the quality is no longer there. The president, on paper, free quality education, but in practice, it is just free education. What in do? Because of the attitude of the one day way call for can help them for rebuild in for putting agenda. You know, can somebody get fake degree? You can't say like can contribute for develop education, make and quality. It become poor. It become dangerous. So if you go vote, search your conscience and ask yourself, are they vote so that I will make the country like be a better place? Not vote your brother because he can't tell you, say, if your brother not get integrity, not vote for him. I expose me cousin, I expose me niece, I expose me nephew because they all get fake degree. I expose me auntie, I expose brother. And I don't get no regret. Me an adult, I get my own family. So you get an opportunity for change saloon. If you see somebody get fake degree, report them. Not say because Francis Ben Kelfala say what's the person not use them. Not look what Kelfala they tell you because he has been compromised. Report the person, say this person get fake degree because they kill salon where you not talk because that person a fake degree get nursing degree, go give medicine. They tell the person, say, hey, forget all that medicine I give you now, not all that medicine, you vomit them like the other one. I go vomit medicine where you don't already drink, where they go kill you. So dear me people, now like we country, not afraid for talk true. Now that no go tell you now.
All right, thank you so much, and we look forward for get you again soon. Thank you, thank you for taking the time, and we hope you will stay safe wherever you are. You know, they're not going to meet you. They're going to meet you near NASA now. Well, in that.
Let them come near NASA, brah.
Thank you. You have a good evening.
Okay, bye.
Right, stay safe.
Okay.
Welcome, and that now, Dr. John Idriss Lahai, we guest for today's program on how they go inside the Republic. We conversation, you know, we can't discuss two topics, but we're not going to discuss the other because of we don't over-exhaust the time. But I think it's worth it, you know, and not all the time you get people like this way brave for whistleblower salon. We all man afraid for talk. But again, he did it, but he gets a family we get for protect, so he had to, you know, find a way out of the country, which is very, very, very unfortunate for we. So T-Boy, they can short last word. We not get Femi for talk today, we'll keep him because he just did not the no more the access. Here, I mean the tell now all the expo. So last word for today's program, T-Boy.
Today is not I know it's not lessons learned. I think it's lesson really beyond learning. Because if we know they learn all this time, I think we got to begin check ourselves and see what we make they learn. But the amount of information we don't get today, I think not so something we new, now something we for be ongoing. Because at the end of the day, you have to be honest to yourself as a Sierra Leonean and accept the reality of what in life stands for. And the reality of what in life stands for.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and before I go, I don't go, but like come back, like I make a clarification, like not a clarification, like I add one small thing. I be telling now how then they give degree, they're not so. How somebody where you want to go buy degree, where they draw somebody come. I just want to ask something where they draw, where you come, this is how they draw somebody, how the cabal they operate.
The chain work, yeah, the cabal.
Yes, the chain work. When I see that Alex, Ilogima massacre when a defense attaché, na colonel, not a brigadier, na colonel at the army, and a first cousin to Paran, Tarawali. I forget that side. Now, first cousin to Paran Tarawali. So now, Ilogima massacre after he don't get a fake degree in 2014. Now, he recruits Paran Tarawali. Let Paran Tarawali back join them. Where in the year 2020 or so they all together the PhD together. They are Colonel Alex Ilogima massacre. He is a colonel and first cousin to Paran Umar Tarawali, clerk of parliament. So you don't see, Ilogima don't go get fake paper, he don't come, he say, hey, Paran, you don't be clerk of parliament, you come, can't take PhD, let them fear you in a parliament. So Kelfala, if you not see this wire as something where you for investigate, because Ilogima know the deal, he know what in the happen. Now he recruits Umar, he recruits Paran with clerk of parliament, he can go introduce her to Mohamed Yamba, he get a PhD. If you don't see the network here, you say there is nothing to investigate. You remain my brother for life. You remain my brother for life, but you not get integrity again if you not do it if you not investigate this. Now that normal. Una bye bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Like our team said, this is an ongoing conversation.
An ongoing conversation. It's not going to end today. Because, no, to be very honest, I think we have to look at this from one angle. What is in it for you as a Sierra Leonean? That's one. And then you look at what is in it for us as Sierra Leoneans? And then you make a decision whether it is for you, for us, or maybe you generation will possibly not kite. But for the reason we make us say, look, we not begin look at regeneration, for example, that because we got for begin see then thing also for happen, the changes therefore begin take effects in reality, in real time, whilst we are still alive.
Immediately.
Not so because we got for the way say, oh well, we go make the platform steady for we grand beginner. No, it should happen now. And impossible. So if people will not use a system we don't work for them, why can't we use the same system that will work for us? We are all human beings. We're liable to change. We're liable to positive and negative change. Some of us have weak brains, weak mindset, weak intelligence, know how to execute things, go begin get few judgment thinking, no, may I not. But we have to look at things from a positive angle and see how best we can change the structures of what we feel say that they exist in Salon, where they really exist. The negativity is too much. That's one. Two, we got to begin look at face value things and how they take challenges of them face value and make them into reality. We should not allow politicians and for can't say we will know for saying a bid and they go do it and then we jump for it. The clap syndrome now for stop. Because when we continue for the clap syndrome, it means we're still not learning. Like we now can begin to tell politicians them what thing we want for make them do and for do not what thing they want for can do for we because we don't tire for what thing they can do for what they need to do anyway. So now let's give them the objectives of what we intend or what we want them to do for us, and then make them go execute them. If now we wish, then they can do, then make them do it. If now they don't wish, make them find somewhere else for can go because now they wish then they satisfy all this time along.
Right. Okay.
But I want to thank you to the viewers them now, Facebook and YouTube. My YouTubers, I haven't been able to engage with you guys that much today. But yeah, they come in and out once in a while. And we've got a very nice conversation going on with a few people on the chat. And I want to continue for make una comment them, una statement them, because we read them, we read every single one of them. Some of them are not able for respond no more. But thank you so much for your time. And thank you to the one on our Facebook. Again, it's been a very interesting show. So many comments, positive, negative questions, and all the rest. But definitely, that's why we have this platform for let everybody express their own views. It might be the views they accept or not accept. That is why we have it. It's your view, and we respect them. And just like how you said, you respect the views of the people who get, and we say we steer the show. So thank you very much for your patience. Over to you, Juma.
Thank you so much, T-Boy, and thank you, everybody. And so we, President, this is your government. You have the ultimate responsibility. And you therefore take ownership and show leadership. That is very key here. Because like how Dr. John Idriss Lahai says, show me your friend, then I will tell you who you are. If in bold enough not for make any sacred kawe camp and fake education to in family, immediate family members and stuff like that, Mr. President, I believe say you will gain the confidence in in some aspects if you take decision. But if you let this slide, it will continue to undermine the integrity of your government. They will say, we said it. Especially that your wife, the First Lady, had made a statement to say, Bokuman then they with them PhD, then them big fool. So now we don't know why make them big fool. She didn't know why, she just said it. But it not be no say fake degree syndicate of it. But here it is now. So if not them fake degree people that you surround with your government, it not look good for you in any shape or form. And this is not politics. You need to earn the trust of your people. Nobody no good one. The Inspector General of Police will not investigate himself. The Clerk of Parliament, they resign. We know that's not part of our culture. The leader of government business in Parliament, you're the leader of the Sierra Leone People's Party. He will not step aside because he has a fake master's degree or master's degree from a fake institution. He not go do that. The defense attaché, he not go withdraw himself from that office. He's representing Sierra Leone internationally. Whatever contribution he make yonder, we go lead other people and rubbish thing in their factory. So this is an appeal to you. And we hope say the reforms then go there. Checks and balances, because if the tertiary education commission there are receipts to prove that these people, they filed in their application, the Mangrotic University, under the Mangrotic Dominion. There's a receipt which shows, say, 2020, they paid for their application fee. In 2021, there's a receipt that shows that they paid about 6 million for evaluation fee. And they were given receipts signed by people that works for the Tertiary Education Commission. It shows there's this legally registered. I'm not saying na authentic university, but they are legally registered under the Registration Commission in Sierra Leone. They register under the Western Rural District Council. So they get registration. Now all of a sudden supposed to get registration, or their registration is being in process. So you can't tell me that the institution that we're responsible, no but them fake institution here. So if they know about the fake institution and then they allow them to operate, why them people then they steal for the run the institution then they? So the buck stop with you, Mr. President, and we hope say you will make the right decision and you will make the right call. Family watch, please share our platform and continue to like the page. On behalf of the SIERRATEL media team, we will say thank you, and we look forward for soon again next week, Wednesday. Thank you and good night.